Hello everyone, and welcome to Swim or Sink 6. I'm Atrocities, and I'm also joined here by Devi once again, and welcome back.
Hello guys!
And we're going to go ahead and get started with round 1 on Tower Control Starfish Mainstays. We have Xylo versus Inkstrike Inklings. Both of them are two of the lower seeds in this tournament, but that's not to say that they might make kind of an upset run or something in the future. We'll have to really see down the line, but what it really means is that there's just not particularly well-known teams or players, so we've yet to really see what they can do.
Yeah, usually it doesn't matter if you're closer seed, even if they're both lower seeds, you can still have some pretty good action being played on throughout the game, so I don't expect anything to be disappointing. I expect this to be pretty exciting, actually.
Yeah, and on a slower mode, there's going to be a lot of nail biting. The tower can only move so fast, as we see everyone actually kind of dancing around in the check-in. So now everybody is readied up, and so we're going to go ahead and get started. This is honestly probably one of my favorite maps. Kind of an interesting map, though. You see they bring out the E-Leader. That's a kind of a pick that you don't really see here too often.
Yeah, no, an E-Leader isn't... You don't usually see just a normal, Splatter Scope or Charger with a Stingray on this map, but in this case, you're bringing the E-Leader. The E-Leader can just shoot all the way across mid and gets the first pick right away. Good shot by Hayden.
Nice job by the E-Leader. His teammate, however, does go down as he misses that pick. They miss the second there, so now they're in trouble, and that's kind of the problem with the E-Leader, is you're so slow that when that happens, you just kind of have to get out. That's another nice pick right there for the machine. Make that 2 down. The Inkjet's coming out, and already the tower is moving forward. Xylo is pushing hard right into their spawn.
It is a wonderful opening aggression push for Xylo. They took out the backline, so it gave Xylo more time to move around and get in there and apply pressure. But we see Inkstrike go down 2 there, and just playing defense. An armor coming out from the junior. And we see a Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, that junior, really all they can do right there is just try their very best to avoid that Booyah Bomb, and they do manage to make it through and eventually get a pick out of it. That junior actually did something rather interesting. They kind of V-lined it right for the tower. The very last thing that a heavy splatling on tower really should have done there is jump off. Really, you have the pole, so you have peak advantage. You can take that engagement, and just, if you know how to position yourself around that pole, you can prevent anyone trying to approach like that from the front side. So, and that's gonna be a trade. Kind of an unfortunate one too. Kind of an unavoidable one. Now their team actually is in a 2v3 situation. Make that a 1v2 situation, and Xylo once again has the upper hand.
Yeah, we see Raya here painting up middle, just making sure control is kept and adding pressure on Snipe there. Although E-Leader does catch that out as gets the peek from behind the obstacle.
Yeah, that E-Leader is definitely getting some very nice shots off so far. Unfortunately, it's not paying too much in their favor so far. They haven't put many points on the board at all. Xylo really has kept this match under their control, and the points on the board aren't particularly reflective of that. But, as things move forward, they're already almost back to that first checkpoint once again, so they might actually start putting together a very solid push this time around, almost through that first checkpoint. So the Booyah coming out, it is a little bit wasted, but they get a very important pick. The E-Leader now, it's going to be down to them to put on this stop. They have a nice flank going on, 2 angles there, but the heavy splatling doesn't go down until the junior comes in with the bomb. A nice pick right there from the E-Leader as well, and that will clear things out just for now, as the Inkjet is possibly going to be finished out by that splashdown, and it is. But that is a monumental push with only 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go. Really, Xylo has just had the upper hand the entire match so far.
Xylo is putting on all that aggression to make it really hard for Inkstrike's front lines to move in, and with them being kind of in a stuck situation, it does make it a little bit harder for that E-Leader to really shine. But the E-Leader is doing a good job helping them out and getting some really nice picks when needed to helping them out. You see the junior here just painting up, trying to keep control, and they're looking to see if they can get a push down, but they do go 2 down as Xylo's coming back in with that pressure. You can see the bucket just coming right in. Nice pick by Junior there.
Kind of a little, a kind of area protection kill, if you will. That bomb falling right behind them. It's a little whoopsie, but they do get the pick out of it, and you know, that's what counts. Unfortunately, sometimes you just have to put pressure on and move forward, and that's just the kind of spacing that is really, really punishable. So, now we see, however, Xylo pushing through that second checkpoint before the E-Leader comes in clutch and gets a huge kill on that heavy, but is it going to be enough? It possibly won't here, as they are down to 20 seconds left on the match, and this is not a good position for Band Kid right here to be in. They've got everybody in mid to deal with. The armor comes out, the Bria comes out, all the specials coming out from everybody in the match. That is 2 down on the side of Xylo, but make that 3 down on the side of Inkstrike Inklings, and that is going to be the match as they dance around the tower right there. Game 1.
Inkstrike looked like that they had a good chance to do a decent overtime push there, but unfortunately fell down on numbers. But Xylo capitalized on all that and got the picks they needed, stopped that overtime push from even happening.
Yeah, honestly, it kind of felt like that match never really truly moved out of the middle portion of that map. You know,
I agree.
If both teams were moving a little bit faster and setting up their pushes just a little bit faster, we may have seen a lot more back and forth movement. But I guess in this case, because Xylo was the only team that was able to advance beyond a neutral in mid, the whole map just stayed on their side of the map. The whole match just stayed on their side of the map, and there really wasn't much they could do. That being said, however, Splat Zones and Skipper Pavilion at that is one map and mode in particular that might play into their Chargers' favor just a little bit more. Now, it is a very large map, and it's actually a rather simple one at that as well. It doesn't really get much more complicated than having to deal with it from 2 sides. So because it is so large, you're kind of spreading your resources rather thin, and you have to move quick enough to make up for that. But the E-Leader coming out once again might, if they do get some really clutch picks, might just be enough, because while the E-Leader themselves are going to have a lot of issue kind of pushing and advancing neutral, the rest of their team don't really have to when the objective is sitting right in the middle of the map.
Yeah, this one's definitely interesting with the two pathways into the zone. Communication really is key here to figure out how you're going to disperse your members, where you're going to meet in the middle just to be able to get objective, and then how you're going to move on from there. Just because a lot of times some teams will split half and half and move in, or they'll all go one direction. They all just need to figure that out, make that plan, and put it into action.
Yeah, that is absolutely right, and you know, it is also a slanted map at that, so it's not just about how you're dispersing your members, right, but how they're pushing each part of the map. As we see the ballpoint come out in response to that heavy splatling, so that ballpoint actually is going to have a little bit of a matchup advantage. Other than that, however, the comps are rather similar. There's a lot of shooters on both teams, only one slosher type weapon coming out on the side of Xylo that may play into their favor just a little bit, but on this map, the slosher isn't going to make a huge difference. As you see, a nice double pick right there, and that's going to advance neutral right up forward, and this is a great opening for them.
The 96 is a really nice pick here because it can just reach over the ledges, it can actually paint decently, and it has armor. It's a nice controller weapon to have on that comp, and as we saw, it popped off right away doing that. but does get taken down.
Yeah, you know, all you really need is those 2 shots, and it came through for them right there with a really fast kill time. Double Booyah Bomb coming out, maybe a little bit premature. Oh, but this bro is going to stay alive so they can keep things alive themselves. That is a 3v3 situation on the field, but they haven't taken control of zone yet. They're focusing kills, and now they finally take control of zone, but just a little bit later than they perhaps could have. And now control is already back in Xylo's favor. And just like that, a push is dead. And now they're kind of being ganged up on right there. This is a really bad pincer. That's another 3-down situation right when you don't want to go down. And that's a full wipe!
That is a full wipe. We saw that Inkstrike on the map there was all on their downstairs corner there, and Xylo just jumped on it and just got them stuck in ink and just took them down. And that's how that wipe happened.
Absolutely. This heavy is going to have... Oh, if they just held it out and taken the fact that player was basically walking right in front of them and not played a little too scared, they may have gotten just another pick that advanced objective just that much further. But it is not going to make much of a difference, as we're going to see Xylo. Oh, never mind. They might lose objective right here. This NZAP is Splash is doing everything that they possibly can. Baller coming out, and that is going to allow them to take the zone.
The sneak there from Action, taking out that bomb rush was huge.
Absolutely, but you know, I kind of feel that baller coming out right there was a massive mistake, because that Splash wouldn't have been able to take control of the zone right there, and would have had to take a 2v1 situation. You popping the baller right there actually opens up that zone for them to take basically freely, and that's exactly what happened. And now they have to play that much longer, but they only have 14 seconds left in the match to work with. And that is going to be a 3-down situation on the side of Inkstrike. Inklings make that all the way down to 0, and we have another KO for the side of Xylo.
Xylo showing no mercy whatsoever, just taking every member of Inkstrike, Inklings that comes out first, they'll take that member down. They're grouping up really well as a team and getting the picks together. We saw on the bottom there was a bunch of shots going onto their plat. Again, holding back Inkstrike from going in to even try to do anything from the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely such that, man, that was a really strong first showing for Xylo, actually, and that kind of makes me excited to see how well they're able to do. But unfortunately for them, they're going to have to play the #1 seed and multiple-time winner of SOS, BackPink. And BackPink they are an FT win pickup. You know, these players are North American champs, and they've gone to the World Championships and played competitively, lost both times, granted, but they still did take it to Japan and finish in second twice, and that cannot be understated. And BackPink, of course, is going to very likely really take it to them and show them just how much quicker they can play, and how, really show them what level of play that they're capable of. But that being said, until we're ready for the next match, it has been a pleasure, you guys, and I will actually see you guys later on. Devi will be staying with you, but we are going to have yet another guest on the mic. So we're going to go to a very quick break and be right back.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to Swim or Sink. We are getting on to round 2, and we have got Symphony versus Mirage. And now I'm also here with German. Say hi, German.
Hello, everyone.
We've got Symphony versus Mirage. It's just like, nah, we totally don't know who's in. I'm kidding. We're best buds with Symphony. And I don't know too much about Mirage. I do recognize a couple names on that team, though, and I do know that there's going to be a great match about to come up ahead here. And our first round is going to be Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard.
This could be, I would say, like if both teams are gonna like start off by that left side of the map there, that could be they're always to like push up there first. And that's what I'm thinking that some of these teams should all like go for and push that Rainmaker.
It also depends on what kind of comp you're running. If you've got the lethal bombs to be able to help cop the Rainmaker, your team, like once you see the enemy team's comp and you know that you don't have the bombs or power to take that Rainmaker, the best option is just to paint up around it and don't get destroyed by that pop.
You do have a point there. Well, it seems that we're gonna get started.
Here we go.
Game 1. All right, let's see the comps here. KO on charger.
Gluga's outside of Mirage.
So I see that both teams have chargers. So like
have a raid battle.
So yeah, like I guess we start off KO with just in position right now. It seems that Mirage got the first pop first.
That's so nice pick by KO there.
Oh yes, like to see that. Swampy with a hammer.
Mm-hmm. Jamie's going in with the Rainmaker. Look at this push. Oh, I almost got this
He's
punch
already
there.
going for it.
Yeah, he just went for it. I mean, that's a nice start there. Dio here, pinning up the corner. Gonna see if he can add some pressure on the Rainmaker here. And we see Mirage has armor backing up. Good call. As now he's got Bomb Rush to get ready to go in and add pressure.
Yeah,
as the Rainmaker's going to reset here, though. Rainmaker has reset. Dio's just going to hang tight here, see what he can find. And there he goes. Patience is key.
Exactly, yeah. Like, Dio has much of patience that he has. Just stays in position where he can hide. Just play it slow for now.
Yes, and there goes that Bomb Rush. We see Jamie with the Rainmaker just going for points here as the specials came out
and
on
then
Mirage.
the Ray.
And then the Ray, yes.
Alright, so, and that also kind of stops the push there. Mirage keeping it a little defensive. We'll see what they got in mind once Mirage will potentially find a push here.
We see Mirage's charger there just trying to keep things controlled on the left. And I saw KO went down on the snipe there. Not too sure who got him, but someone managed to get the threat out. Nice pick, Swampy, taking the back line out. Ghost coming in here to paint up. Does get a pick on Dio. Nice pick. And now they're just going to continue painting up mid as they do get another pick. Good job, Ghost. And Ghost here going to try to go make a pathway. Almost has armor. Does have armor. Sees that there's someone on the other side of this block. And getting ready to attack.
Yep, I would say so far, this is like a Mirage time to like, I would say they got some like good pushes with Rainmaker, but instead KO pulls out the Stingray, trying to get the Rainmaker.
We also saw missiles, now we see the hammer, Swampy getting a pick with the hammer, and they take 2 down.
Taking it down, yeah, like 3 of their specials being used to stop that, like from them holding the Rainmaker. And then we see Swampy just, hiding there in that spinner, just hang in there, just like keep on, like, no one make sure will like find him if he ever gets like his hammer out really fast, because like that sploosh is like something that you would probably play, especially on this mode itself.
Just had a pick, but then followed up by Jamie there, who picked off the Glugas, which is a nice trade that you're going to want to have, as it's keeping it still in generally neutral in the middle there, as Symphony has a little bit more control, but it's about even. Yeah, they've got they put Mirage down 2 members here, And now we see that they're ready to go. As they're going to take it over that left side.
Yeah, and it seems that, yeah, keep it defensive that the Charger, too, on Mirage's side, really just not letting them get to, you know, that passing way. It seems, oh, Swampy with the flank. Maybe he can get some picks, too. Oh my god, work
now it's just
coming out.
The Rainmaker had gotten taken out just behind, but Swampy going in there, adding a lot of pressure, just trying to clear the way. But unfortunately, the Rainmaker did go down behind there at some point, stopping that push.
Yeah, like, give it, like, I would say good job to Mirage, keeping it really just defensive, just, like, not making sure that Symphony won't get any more points.
Now we see the specials coming out again to stop that Rainmaker. Symphony's doing a really good job using their specials in defense. Swampy here going in with the hammer some more, but does get taken down by the Glugas.
Yeah, they're really, Symphony is, like, really keeping their specials once, you know, they're ready to, like, pull out some specials out. So,
and we
Mirage could really think of something that they could do, but just not right now, and they use their armor.
Look at this! Look at Dio go!
There's Dio taking the Rainmaker.
Dio just comes in and makes it so that Rainmaker cannot reset. A good job on Dio with the amount of time left. Now Symphony just has to keep mid-control, keep Mirage out, and stop that Rainmaker.
Yeah, it seems that so far, it's going to go to overtime. Symphony just needs to stop the Rainmaker before, you know, Mirage will, you know, get some points or eventually take the lead. So they're only...
The Stingray is coming out. Here comes the Stingray. Dio's in position. Nice follow-up. There we go.
He's still... There we go, guys. That will do it for game 1 of round 2. Symphony will take that game. And, Debbie, we gotta talk about Dio when he took the Rainmaker. Just, like, a little bit of seconds to, like, a really well played by Dio, just taking the Rainmaker so it doesn't reset. Like,
we saw Symphony lining up in the middle there, like they were still together. They were painting forward so that they were a wall. You can see that on the view. They were a wall. And Dio just sharked in the corner there, and just before the Rainmaker was going to go reset, he went and took it. That kind of messed up Mirage's plans, so then they had to start all over and go back through the middle. Although Mirage did come back and get 2 down, but KO had that Ray handy, and then Dio was back under bridge. Symphony had the setup there to stop that overtime push.
Yeah, I agree. Like, KO just really wants to keep his Ray so he won't, you know, get splatted. So he'll actually have some time to, like, build up Ray and then pull it out from that overtime.
All right, and now we're going on to game 2. We've got tower control on the Reef. What are you expecting here, Germ?
Well, this could go either way. Either, like, a really hard push here. Like, in my opinion, for this map and mode, like, if you have, like, much of paint and control on their side of court, I would say, how do you put this to it? Just, like, have specials ready and then use it once you're on their side. Like, I would say 3 of them. So, like, just pretty much paint and have specials out and make sure on tower, then you're all set. Like, you have, like, the position where you are.
I expect similar comps coming out from both teams. There might be a few adjustments, but I expect similar, and Symphony did a really good job using their specials in defense on the last game. I expect to see more special coordination coming from them, whether it's offense or defense.
Yeah, I would like to see that too. Like, they're really doing a good job on their specials.
Alright, and here we go.
Deal with the arrow spray. Booyah bomb spam. Let's see how this goes.
We've got the E-liter double K shot. And an arrow spray. That is definitely an interesting comp. But we've got missiles, a booyah spam, and long range.
Yeah, we'll see how Symphony will, you know, go with this one. Like, this is a really interesting comp that they brought up to
We saw
here.
Booyah Bomb already went off into their street, and Swampy here sharking, waiting for this 52s here. Goes in when there's armor, though. I think if he would have waited a couple more seconds, he would have had a little better chance of getting picks there with the armor being up. Ghost here trapped in a corner. Jamie is trying to get this out.
Yeah, like eventually that yeah, Ghost eventually just made it out of there, and I think Jamie just had to take a step back when he saw Ghost in the corner.
Yeah, he made the right decision there because, oh, nice pick by the Charger, getting that flank out of the way. And now we see Mirage here coming out with the first push. As they're using their specials, the Booyah Bomb came up to cover tower. Gets picked right back. Nice snipe by KO as, oh, Mirage is 3 down. This is Symphony's time to push.
Yep, I would like to see if more what they're gonna do next.
They've got Rain and another Booyah Bomb online. Here comes the Rain.
And yeah, and they have 1 missiles on their side, so we'll see where is he gonna throw it. Oh,
Ooh, little Booyah Bomb.
it's just a way to throw your Booyah Bomb there.
But here we go. We saw Jamie and Dio working together to get that 1 pick. 2 once again go down on Mirage. 2 for 2. And then get 3 down as Mirage did a good job there. They stopped the push, and now they just got to pink up and do vice versa. And now they've got to pressure Symphony while they have this opportunity.
Yeah, Mirage just like, yeah, they're getting much of paint control, like once again from stopping that push. So like this could be their time. See that they also pulled their inkjet off. So Dio coming.
Oh, Dio came in getting the tower and gonna guard it with another Booyah Bomb and does get a pick with it. That was a great Booyah Bomb to flush him out. And now Mirage is back once again, 3 down.
Yeah, Symphony just like really just like not giving up on the tower. They probably just like want to like get through those checkpoints, and then they don't really make this push. Then they could just play it defensively and just probably play it like that. But it could go either way.
Right now they're still going. They did have all members back up. Jamie has just gone down on tower, but they are keeping it kind of neutral in that area right now. You see a couple of them backed up, and they're just painting up around bridge there and getting a couple specials ready to go if Mirage pushes.
Yep. And
Dio's coming in with Dio in the corner. I think Dio's going to try and pull off a flank here.
Yeah, and it seems that Mirage had all of their specials. 2 already been used, their armor, and then okay, so pretty much
their inkjets out as well. Jamie and Swampy are both down.
Yeah, so this will be a little bit of time. So like they're 3 down now, but eventually, like this is like trades going on that they're gonna be words. But okay, so it seems Mirage has like a bit of some advantage to like get like maybe the tower, but just like Dio just stopping them, just shutting them down.
Dio is keeping up the paint control, and that is helping out Symphony a lot, as Mirage has to make up for that, right? So
Exactly, yeah, like Dio on Symphony is just their painter, and then everyone else is just like, oh, we're gonna probably get the kill.
That was a wonderful inkjet shot.
I am so blessed by that, though.
That was a
inkjet.
great inkjet shot there onto KO as they put Symphony 2 down, and now they are painting up and pushing them back. And with 38 seconds to go, let's see how far this goes. As they've got Ray and Booyah Bomb online to keep this tower pressing.
Yeah, Mirage has
Here comes the Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, this is their time that they could like maybe take the lead. I see already missiles coming out, and it does seem Mirage takes that lead there. From their side, everyone is like 2 down.
Oh wow, Symphony has gotten wiped. That was quite the fight there with the missiles and the Booyah, but Mirage came out on top with their picks. As Dio's gonna try and do something to stop this, but couldn't. Oh!
Yeah. a really unfortunate, but the comeback and those like the coordination from Mirage was really like excellent on their side. That they had like 2 specials, hold them off until they're ready to pull their specials at the end there, and once they got that lead.
That was a great game to watch from both. Both teams were using their specials to push. We saw the Booyah Bombs really shining here, like just stopping the tower, helping it push to control certain areas on the reef because of those tight corners. And we're paying off in the end there. And then Mirage grouped up on that left-hand side and managed to pick down Symphony to be able to get that push.
Yeah, really well job to Mirage though, like keeping up with that coordination, 1 on tower. But yeah, we're gonna get set to game 3 for round 2. We are moving on to Splat Zone's new Albacore Hotel. So this map is like a really long range, I would say, for the most part.
This is definitely one of the long range maps. Yep, I'm expecting E-Leader to stay.
Of course, yeah. E-Leader is good here.
I'm not too sure what else we're gonna see, because a lot of people will change it up. Some will still play a close range weapon. Some will switch it up so it's longer. There might be a couple pros that come out here.
Yeah, I'm expecting some like.
I'm thinking the 52 might stay on the side of Mirage.
Yeah, 52 is actually really not that bad, especially here.
It's what is it? You start off with bridge control, snipe control. You come out one way and have a war in the middle. There's a lot of times you'll see both teams just on opposite sides of the map there and just shooting all inward deal, 4 on one side, 4 on the other, and they'll shoot in at the zone and then use their specials to finally push in and maybe get some picks.
Yeah, I would see. So we'll see. Like, I'm expecting maybe Junior here, because like Junior is actually pretty good if you really like are like an armor bot like kind of player. Then this is probably like one of your maps here.
This could be going into the zone will help as well, like the double bomb that Junior can have.
Yeah, and we do. So it seems Jamie uses the vanilla Junior. We'll see how.
We've got a Junior, a V-Jet, an E-Leader, and a K-Shot. Symphony definitely going out for long range, while Mirage brings a mini Splatling, E-Leader as well, K-Pro, and the Glugas. More Glugas. I think we've seen all the variations of Glugas at this point.
I think so, yeah. We've seen like from the same side, just like different like specials of Glugas. Like now we have the Kensa.
The Splat Bombs here were applying pressure, and I almost got a pick on Owen, but Owen's surviving. Mini's coming in. They just got to paint the zone up here, but they didn't. Symphony ended up capitalizing on it.
Yeah, most likely. So.
But now Mirage will get it back here with the Booyah Bomb. There's 2 down on Mirage and 3 up on Symphony.
Yep. Seems though Mirage just like maybe the missiles probably just like made them like push back a little bit. I think
I agree, because
like,
this is
down.
And then there's Swampy. Swampy said peekaboo.
Well,
Come
we
right in
know
after the
Swampy
missiles.
too well. He just hides and then just either flanks. See that we like know what he probably does.
Yeah, nice jump out by Trent there as he noticed that he was getting shot by 2 people. Better safe than sorry there. KO taking control of this left side bridge as Mirage has popped armor, but the V-Jet goes down in zone. And Symphony are now 3 down. Mini and the Glugas came in on the right there.
Yeah,
and then KO goes down.
Yeah,
I think the sniper got that one.
Yeah,
that was a nice shot.
Yeah. It seems though now that Mirage has like more control around mid, so like this could be maybe their chance, unless Symphony will try to come up with something and then try to build up some specials here at, like around
use missiles to push back. They've got the second set of missiles coming in, and it did neutralize the zone, but it's not going to stay neutral for very long. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Nice follow up there by Rise.
Yeah, keeping it up, and it seems now Mirage takes the lead now, and we see 3 of them trying to get the zone, and they do. So Rise has to probably pull back since there's like 3 of them on the zone. And
Yeah, it was a good call by Rise. As Symphony came in together and pushed, that could have been a very bad situation on Mirage's part there.
yeah,
It's either Symphony controlling that one side, making sure zone stays painted, and Mirage is popping a couple of specials here. They popped Armor and Booyah. I think they're going to get capped here. Ooh,
We'll
no,
see.
they haven't capped it yet.
yeah, we'll see.
Missiles are pushing them back. Symphony got the cap. Those
Oh.
missiles are doing a good job keeping them back from, or preventing like Mirage from getting the cap there.
Yeah, they really
Now
are.
they're scoring, but it went neutral again as the bomb's fizzy. We see Rain go over the zone. That was a nice Rain. And that helped them cap again.
Yeah,
They just got to hold zone here for another 4 seconds, but it might.
it
It's gonna
might
be close. It's gonna be
I
close.
think they might have. Oh, no!
Good
It
cap
seems-
by Mirage. They used the specials there and ended up putting Symphony 3 down. Good
Yeah.
comeback there by Mirage.
Yeah, a 3-down situation when they had the specials, Booyah bomb, and they like Mirage thinks that Symphony will knock this out, but no, Mirage ain't giving up here, so they're gonna take it back, and we'll see really how much of pain. So there's a lot of missiles going on. I'm pretty sure that was a double missiles on.
It looked like a
Symphony's
double
edge.
missile. Oh, the mini coming in with a triple kill!
Oh my gosh!
Oh, Ghost! Ghost
Yo.
jumping in on that. That was a wonderful play by Ghost, and now they are in control and could possibly get lead off of that.
Yeah, we'll see. KO goes down,
KO
and
went down.
this might be it.
Oh my goodness!
I cannot believe what an absolute good match from both teams, but oh, that triple from Ghost using that mini spiraling like was just incredible to see, and then just goes to the enemy bridge and just like make sure that he knows where they're gonna go from now. Like, and like what a wonderful job by both teams. Like, this was an amazing set.
It was a great set, I do agree. You saw a lot of coordination amongst both teams just getting that objective back, and it was very back and forth on that last game there. It was amazing to watch, and just, oh my goodness, that came down to the wire. It's not over till it's over. Mirage painted that cap, got that cap, stopped it at 3, and worked together to bunch Symphony up in a corner, I believe is what it looked like, and then that mini just capitalized on it.
Yeah, Ghost really had like some good picks, like getting that triple though, stopping Symphony to like probably get the zone, because like I think Mirage still had the zone when Ghost had the triple.
My mind's failing me already. I can't remember.
Like,
Just remember him going.
Like, I am
I think
honestly
so.
like amazed from that match though. That's
I think so.
Zone's albacore.
That was a great match. GG's to both teams, and then we'll be moving on to round 3. But until then, we're gonna take a short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. All right, we are back from that quick break. I am Devi, and we're still here with Germ. And we are on round 3 in SOS and 4. And we are going to be watching Fruit Punchers versus Mictlan Heroes.
Yeah, I think like when I saw that name, Fruit Punchers, that's like an incredible name. And the only person that I know for sure is SS Nolan on Fruit Punchers, and maybe Caden if I'm probably not familiar. But Mictlan Heroes, like I'm the only person that I know is for sure Locke, the Charger main. Like I want to see how much I can expect from him though. Like he's a really good Charger.
Again, I don't know too much about Fruit Punchers either. I've seen Mictlan's achievements off of playing them, and of course through Twitter. But I know that they are definitely a strong team and can pull off some amazing things. But yeah, I do recognize a couple people off Fruit Punchers as well. I expect this to be a good set. And our first map mode is Zones Mako. So this should be absolutely interesting.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, don't know what to really expect here, but like, if there's gonna be like inkjet fights around this could be like possibly some like good rounds with both teams having inkjet fights.
And here we go with game 1 on Zones Mako.
Okay, so
Got Umbrella. Backlineless comp coming out of
Mictlan Heroes, I believe. Yeah.
For Mictlan, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess to start it off though, it seems Fruit Punchers got the zone first, and wow, like there's so much of things are happening already. Like everyone's just fighting for the zone.
And this is how front of Splatoon usually is, with all the action packed at the beginning. We see Mictlan went down 2 at the start there, but does get it right back. It's still pretty... Oh, Mictlan does get the zone cap. It was neutral for a minute there, but then they got it. Nolan here picking off what they can, facing off the Brella. Nice pick by the Brella there. Getting out the shield and making it so the pro can't take him down.
I'm surprised though that I get to see Sorella again though. Like Sorella is like a really good weapon, especially with those splat bomb launcher. Is like
yes,
really...
with the splat bomb rush, that is a really good controller. You'll see Sorella Brella for those Brella mains. They'll play it on most modes, on most map modes. See the bucket and the K shot going head to head here. Oh, K shot almost took out the bucket, but the end zap comes in for the save.
Yeah, it seems though, Mictlan Heroes is still like, you know,
they
keeping
still
the
have
zone.
the zone. That's one of them. Oh, with four
yeah,
remaining.
They have 3 down from
Four
what
remaining,
I
yep.
Yeah, like so this like that stopped like good like this stopped them though too. Like they had like they were close, and Fruit Punchers were able to like, you know, cap that zone and not letting on to like knock that out.
Absolutely. Tri-Slosher tried to go in and under Freezer there and get a pick, but did get stuck in a 2v1. We see Fruit Punchers are down 2 people right now. Mictlan has the zone, forcing player to jump out, and now they are applying pressure everywhere. Look at where they're positioned. They have the exits locked down right now.
Yeah.
Ends up for bucket.
Yeah, Mictlan is for sure like holding that position though. Like they're like keeping it really defensive. Like no other like they're just like watching for flanks. They're like have that sort of good positions where they are and make sure like they're like all set.
Yeah, Fruit Punchers popped armor there and did find their way back in. And here comes out the specials to push Mictlan back.
Yeah. 4 specials, so this could be probably the time for them to like push this now, like if they want to get this zone back. And it seems they do too.
They're in a tough position.
Yeah, just like Mictlan had like those 4 specials and readied up. Like they used all of it just for getting that zone back.
This is a great back and forth team right now. This bucket going into pressure that charger. Nice pick with that slosh on the charger there on Snipe. Bucket doing what Bucket should be doing.
Yeah, like this
Three
is
down on Fruit Punchers.
yeah, like I think Fruit Punchers have like maybe a little bit like just not where they are supposed to be right now. Like they're just like trying to like coordinate and stuff. And it seems that Mictlan Heroes takes game 1 on round 4, right? Hopefully I'm
Yes.
saying that's
Yep.
okay.
Yep. Yeah. No, Mictlan had it was back and forth control, but what Mictlan did really good is that when one person was fighting, another person would come in with the follow-up needed to help win that fight, and that I believe helped them continue to keep and take zone. Fruit Punchers there had some good special push-ins. They had a couple hard times. Mictlan with that pressure though, it definitely gave them a hard time pushing in. Bucket sloshing over the ledge, giving the charger a hard time. I know coming from backline perspective, it is very annoying to get sloshed out.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're gonna go to game 2, round 4. We're gonna be going to Humpback Pump Track on Clam Blitz. So what are you expecting here? So this is like, oh my gosh!
I hope the Bucket comes back.
We're hoping to see more of it. Like,
Comes back. Oh boy.
I'm still expecting probably SS Nolan to probably stay on K-Pro, but I guess you never know. He'll make probably changes. Like SS Nolan is like really good with the K-Pro, and I've seen him in the past before too when he played the K-Pro.
Clam Blitz, but it's almost like you still want to play the middle like zones. Like you want that mid control in order to be able to actually get a push in, and you've got 3 different entrances to go towards this basket. It's just which way are you going to go, which way are you going to get advantage for, who's going to take mid.
Yeah, this
lots
should
of stuff for Humpback.
Humpback
is a very crazy map.
Yeah, this will like go either way. Like wherever they're gonna have that advantage. Like this is just gonna go either way from both teams of how they can coordinate it. All right. It seems now we are all set. We're now gonna start game 2. All right. Well, we'll see how what comps do we see in this map. Oh, you were right. He still has the bucket.
Yep, the bucket is back.
Both teams still have it.
We see the Sorella still out. There's a junior that's out now, and
it seems like Mictlan made a little changes, except for the vanilla slosher and Sorella just not a change.
Came out already. Quick armor from the junior on the side of Mictlan.
Yeah, and we see SS Nolan here just trying to keep that mid control, just like see how just like and it seems that they go down 3 down.
I didn't see how that happened, but that was
Mictlan Heroes are just like really just getting that push and coordinating a lot too.
See Caden come here, good dive on Lex and CIS here.
Yeah, and that stops the push
up
from it. Yeah, that
stops the push. He's getting mid back. He'll have missiles pretty quickly. He's now with Nolan. They have got 2 Booyah Bombs and missiles.
Yeah, 3 specials from the side of Mictlan. So it seems that Caden pulls out his missiles, he grabs the pity. He's gonna try to jump to where his team is, and will this... Okay, he does get it in.
Using the Booyahs for cover to swim in those clams, it's a good idea. The Booyah Bombs are your brief shield, even though teams can shoot through them and hope for the best is blind, but they did end up stopping that push and wiping Fruit Punchers.
Yep, and now, Mictlan trying to, like, at least, they do get that power clam really fast. They have 2 power clams, actually, now.
Yes, they do. They'll have that pity and the one that they made, and they had really quick turf control as well. As soon as the wipe came back, they took mid control immediately. If I could snap, I'd snap.
Yeah, and that
3
stopped
down.
the push too, and seems though, Fruit Punchers from that when they had that big push, that just like gives them a little bit just to like get that lead, and it's now they still have the lead still.
Still do. Mictlan almost had that back there, but got shut down a little quick.
Yeah, all the coordinations. Oh, and Mictlan like taking like opening Fruit Puncher's basket once again, but it was and no follow up on that. Like it was just solo push. Now we see Fruit Punchers with 2 power clams. Pretty sure one of them a pity, but they're gonna coordinate a lot. There goes the Booyah Bomb right to the basket. And
the pick in mid there. They had a push going, but then they went 3 down. This Remix doing what they can to fight a 2v1 here.
yeah, and
jumped out.
Back.
Good call.
Yeah, and I guess so. Like because when the Remix was trying to just like, you know, I want to like, you know, get that like that power clamp and just throw it into the basket, but just
get in here trying to stop from below. As they get 1 pick, they're trying to get another one. See if they can get the spell out of the way. Good job there by Caden, and follow up by teammates. Oh, one came over the left. Now Caden going over, cleaning up mid once again.
It seems though, yeah, it's a full wipe, and that stops the push from Mictlan. Like they do get that lead with 5 remaining, so like I can't really say from this match though. This has just been like, you know, back and back, just like fighting to take that lead and just play it really defensive.
They use their specials. They're going in.
Can they get it?
This is really tight.
This is really. Oh my. Oh, I think that just stops it. Oh, just unfortunate. 9 remaining from that. So they just now. It's only 48 seconds left. Mictlan just has to defend, or they could just throw in more, like throw a power climb and then just throw the clams in.
They do have 2 missiles ready to go. They used 1. They just gotta keep.
Oh, and it seems that we have a DC on Fruit Puncher's side. But it seems that they're still playing this out still, so.
Still playing it out, yep. Umbrella going in.
And that? Yeah, like, yeah, I think this counts, I believe. Even though they played it out. Like, I see. Oh no, go ahead. Yeah, like as soon as I saw, as soon as I saw that there was a DC on Fruit Puncher's side, like that was just like, I think they just had it.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I didn't actually notice, but Mictlan takes role
I
here.
saw it for like a split second. Like I was looking at everybody's side. Oh, everyone, the Tri-Slosher DC'd.
Yeah, no, I didn't notice. I was just watching, looking and seeing how they're pushing in. But yeah, looking up there with the one at the end there.
Yeah, and it seems though that this match will count. So that's gonna end it there. So
That'll be a 2-0 for Mictlan. Unfortunate for Fruit Punchers. That was a really close set, back and forth both games though.
yeah, we do want to I do want to see from Fruit Puncher's side though that they keeping it really defensively from like those 2 matches, like a Clan Blitz and then a little bit on Splat Zones. Like they're really just playing it so defensively, like when they have that the objective like control, like really like, you know, well played from them, from the Fruit Punchers.
Yeah, even at the end, it was still a close game during that Clams Blitz.
Yeah, that was such a close game.
Cheers to both teams. That was a great set. And I believe we are going to get ready for the next one. So we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we have returned back with another round 4 game, and we have Sainosaur versus Nawal Gaming. And unfortunately, we missed the first game, but we know that Sainosaur has taken 1 game up on Nawal, so we're just gonna hop right into Clamblitz Humpback. We definitely know Nawal. They are a pretty strong team. Seen them play. They are very grouped together, very skilled. I'm a fan of Nawal. I don't know many people off Sainosaur though.
Yeah, Nawal Gaming is a pretty strong team. Like I've seen them perform, how they play well. Like they're just an amazing team, and but I don't know anyone on Sainosaur's side. But if whoever knows them, like they're probably doing their best of on their side for Sainosaur. Like they did take game 1, but we weren't able to watch it because some difficulties happened. So we're just gonna be moving on to game 2 now for
That's
this
all
set.
right. That means we get to see the elements of surprise and see what Sainosaur has to bring.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is these players that are probably gonna bring up some really good stuff around on this set here. And
I'm expecting some more chaos to happen on this map, just like in the last set.
Yeah.
I know. I'd like to see it all play out and just all of the pressure being applied, the defense, the offense. It happens in seconds, and it's amazing to see at how it all goes down. Sometimes it just doesn't even process.
Climblitz Humpback is just it just takes seconds to you want to get a really good push once you have that timing for it. Timing is you have to go. You have to make it once your shot caller calls it time to make this push.
All right, now we're going into the game. Here we go with Clamblitz Humpback, the second game of a round 4 match.
That's Squiffer.
Squiffer and a Tri-Slosher.
Oh boy.
Versus a normal comp, not Remix Junior and a K Machine. This is the second time we've seen double K shot today.
Yeah, it seems so, and it's able to handle it. It seems that though, once Sainosaur member just took him down, just after probably a delayed kill there. Seems though this is pretty even so far from the start of the match. That keeping that pain control.
As we say, that 2 did go down on the side of Nawal. We saw Booyah come out. Chomper getting a pick there in the middle, as he's just making sure he doesn't get picked, throwing bombs out. Is preventing himself from getting a power, but did end up getting a power there.
Yeah, it seems both sides have power clams. Akuma trying to get the pick there on that power clam, but there it goes though. Nawal taking that, and that's a wipe too. Nawal has to get some clams and throw some in that this is their time to get this push.
The Nawal moved up as 1 unit there through mid, and that was a great idea. We saw the Remix come in applying pressure, getting a pick here, throwing in clams, dodging everything, but Sainosaur getting them 3 down as they're popping missiles, looking at where they are, getting ready for their turn to just go in and cause some chaos.
Yeah, and it seems though we saw she, as soon as they were just sharking on their elbow, pop the missiles, but it could be this isn't even for pain control here. Everyone's just taking that all that pain control here and around here.
It really has been. There's no rush for anything. They're waiting for the right times to go. Patience is key. We see 1 member from Nawal going down, the Inkjet getting shot down here by this K shot by Akuma, and Sainosaur goes in and scores. Down to 54 already.
Yeah, this could be it for their lead. They're still gonna keep it going, but that leads to 3 down on. Oh,
came in and got the lead.
yeah, and now that just stops the push from Sainosaur. So like, what an actually of a like probably like a risky thing to do. Like, I would say, yeah, he wanted to take that lead too. Like, and that would say like that could be a good be a good play there, but. Now that stops it there, so Nawal just taking that control. Missile to hold out from Sainosaur. So we'll just have to see what happens now.
Yeah, Lax is going around with Clams there, just sharking in the corner. Painted up a little bit with Fizzy. Is throwing Clams around, now has the power. Is spotted out by the Swiffer here. Uses Splashdown. Hopefully follow-up can come from Nawal here, as they might actually get this in. No! Try managed to pick him off in time. Oh, they did get one in, though. They did get one in. They did open up the basket.
Yeah. And that believes... Oh! The Nautilus! Like, the Nautilus comes in and just picks up that power climb and just throw it in, takes it a little bit just to take that lead there with 30 remaining.
There are a few times where you gotta take risks, and in Clam Blitz, we've seen twice now that those risks have paid off by a single person up top, or just in an unusual spot, just coming in and taking lead or getting more clams in, those kind of things. We see the remix here with 8. Lots of clams on both sides. They've got Nawal's got 2 specials on lock here. Missiles are coming out. Chomper here painting up, holding the clam.
Yeah, just only a minute like left for this match. So let's see, 3 specials, 1 already being used on Nawal's side. So like this is a pretty of a matchup here. Like, this is all like playing out really defensive by Nawal, and it seems that they're through a wipe too.
It was a wipe. You saw Lax there was in the middle. He sharked and waited and got follow up from teammates. It's called this way, and then they used their specials to go in, and this happened. They have come in and won this game.
Yeah, and now that's Nawal Gaming takes game 2, and now it leads to a tie with 1 point.
We still get to see another game out of this set.
Yep, and now we are going to be going over to Manta Maria Rainmaker. So how do you feel about this one? How do you think this will play?
Ooh, I almost think the comps are going to change. Well, I think Nawal's is going to stay relatively similar, but I have a feeling Sainosaur is just going to throw a twist in the comp.
Yeah, as you see though from Sainosaur, the one like that from the Clan Blitz match, that you see a Squiffer, 2 K shots, and a try. Like, that's something like a comp that you don't see.
But again, we saw earlier today with 2 K shots, and they can definitely, with the missiles, apply a lot of zoning pressure, keeping people back, stalling pushes. It's not a bad idea at all, especially like they can paint up, hold forward, especially when they work together. They've got a lethal bomb. Good kit. And then with the Squiffer pick, it helps apply, like, add to that aggression, so they don't have to be so far back. They can stay up with their teammates. And Squiffer's not a terrible pick.
Yeah, and like honestly, like you just don't see much of Squiffer in like any of these, like from these teams, but it's just like a surprise, I would say, to put it that way. Like you just don't really see much of Squiffer in comps.
Nowadays, it's kind of here and there because it's kind of on same line as Bamboo. You'll see more Bamboo over Squiffer, but you'll see the odd team coming out to bring the Squiffer, and when they do, they aren't bringing it lightly. But here we go with Game 3, Rainmaker on Manta Maria. Yeah, changed up.
And it seems now they have a charger. Yeah, it seems Nawal's still keeping the same comp too, I believe. Yeah,
it looks the same. And then we've got the charger, Nautilus, or charger, Zap, K-Shot, and Machine. Sainosaur.
Yeah, and I believe it was Sainosaur that took that pop first, I think. Everyone just like taking
Sainosaur machine here. Sky coming in, adding pressure on this bunker on these two Splatlings from Nawal. And getting picks. It's a second pick.
Yeah, Sky
Good
just like
fight.
hanging out there in their bunker, takes 2 down too.
Look at this.
And that's 3 down. So this is like the opportunity for Sainosaur just to take the lead. Oh my
Trapped by the
lord!
bomb. They've got the specials to go. Oh!
Just dives to the bomb, I believe so. Oh my god, that something right there. That really, like, 2 of them were just on to grab that Rainmaker to make sure they knocked it out, but just a little bit for like Sainosaur to just knock that out.
Chomper here trying to regain as much control as he can. They see the Charger on the corner there, but we see the Inkjet off the Nautilus in the corner, pushing the Charger back, and ends up getting a pick on the K shot. And good job on the Nautilus there. Nice Inkjet.
Oh, good pick from the Inkjet, getting the K shot. Hey, that was a really good shot. Seems though Nawal trying to get that control again from this from that really big push from Sainosaur. So like I think this time this is gonna like maybe play it slow. Like this is like an even match here with, you know, a lot of these ping controls. Now Nawal takes the Rainmaker now. It seems everyone's still alive so far. Use just like so this is even now. 2 down on each team at the moment.
Using the Rainmaker to help keep control as Nawal members are coming in.
Yeah, so this could
Charger.
maybe be the push here for Nawal.
Bottom.
Yeah.
Now jumping back to get a higher position. Good call.
Yeah.
Nawal still here applying pressure. One of the members does go down to that splashdown. Junior here painting up as much as they can, but it's just the Junior and the Rainmaker here.
Yeah.
Trying to stall for time, but that Ray comes out. Popping armor. Chomper does go down here to the machine. As the machine now moves forward to paint up.
Oh.
Sees the one in the jump there. It's a machine fight, but Sky comes out victorious.
Yeah, like K-Machine is like a really, I would say one of like a good weapons to like as a skirmisher in my opinion. Like I've seen so many people, I mean, they could also main it too. Like you see so many K-Machine users out there just like getting those picks of fights and then maybe just finishing off all alone unless you know what you're doing to play the K-Machine. Like, I love it.
Ooh, that was a nice combo to get the pick on the ends out there. But the Charger getting a nice snipe on the Junior.
Yeah, it seems though. Oh, so it seems two sides. Like both sides have 2 down. The Charger just jumps back. We still see Sky though on their bunker, just making sure like you know, they're trying to make sure that he's like Nawal's focusing him. Like I guess like he's like not leaving. And there he goes, he jumps out.
Sky did a really nice thing there to guarantee safety, where they just sat on the wall in order to be able to jump back, and they jumped back to a teammate, which was just a little further back, but not out of play. So Sky was able to come back in really quickly.
Absolutely, and that definitely like, you know, takes some time from, you know, Sky just to like, you know, really like Nawal just to focus Sky just to get him. And then there goes the Ray. Seems though the other machine was attempting to get him, like the Stingray, but
Fox is trying to clear out the left side here, painting up.
yeah, so we got like 30 seconds left. Yeah, 30 seconds left on the match here. So Nawal's holding the Rainmaker. They're trying to wait some time, but there's a Ray pulled out. This could be it. Sainosaur be able to like either finish this match, or Nawal could try to pull up and pull a comeback, but it seems that they had 2 down, so 10 seconds left.
Yep, and Sainosaur is just going to take it back into their base where their teammates are guarding them on deck. And
yep, and there he goes. Sky just takes it back. But I gotta say, like, well played to both teams though. Like, I would say the Nawal gaming at Clan Blitz was just like good coordination, building of specials too. Like Nawal was still like trying to keep that match going for game 3.
Yeah, they did what they could. They had the aggression there. We saw some pretty good ink jets there from the Nautilus. They did what they could, but just couldn't find their way through all the bombs and all the the bombs and specials that Sainosaur were applying in Street.
Yeah, give a good job to Sainosaur for that Rainmaker match. That they had a really big lead when they took it with 7 remaining. That was a really good of a push.
Yeah, that's an opportunity you cannot waste, and they did not waste it. They
used
did that with their bomb placing as well. They trapped the Rainmaker at the bottom of the pedestal with the bombs. So it was a good stop by there to still keep them in the game and not end it right away.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about Sky though, from that Rainmaker match. He just how much he's just up there, just up in their side, up in the front. I like that one part. He just stays in their bunker, just to, giving Nawal time to focus him, and he was just able to still able to live and make sure that just buys time from that match.
Absolutely. Sky's pressure was amazing at the beginning, just going in there, getting 2 picks, clearing off the bunker where it's a dominant position for most, and by doing that it helped their team just push in and get those 3 down delayed wipe and go right in.
Yeah, that was honestly a really good job to both teams. Let's see. It seems though. I think we're about to get started on the round 5, I believe. So it's going to be. Oh, what's that?
I was gonna say we'll take a. Okay. Well, we'll just keep going because next set's pretty much already ready to go. So we'll stay here.
Yeah. So we got round 5. We are going to see BackPink versus Arctic Moon.
Oh boy,
this is gonna be probably a match that I see because Arctic Moon was the one that the team that won the testing grounds last week.
Indeed, they were.
And then you got really strong players on BackPink with Biscuit, the Nautilus player, KO, Jared, Ice. Maybe that's 2D. Oh my gosh! Look at these players on that BackPink roster. And I do love that Patrick Star too. That one episode, oh, there's SpongeBob. My name is Back. But that's just an amazing name, though.
And we're going into the first game here. Getting ready for it is Tower Control on Starfish. Now we saw this in our first set that we casted. You weren't there for that one, but that was also a good set. There's close corners here where teams definitely have to come together to push through. This is going to be an amazing set. I'm excited. Now we're going into the game.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is where it could go either way. So let's go. Let's see how BackPink's comp is going to do this. Hydra with on the side of Arctic Moon. Oh my gosh.
Hydra 52, K52, Octoshot, NZAP, and then on the side of BackPink we have the Charger, a Mini, a K-Pro, and an NZAP. BackPink's got a lot of paint control. We see Arctic Moon already goes down by 1 from Jared, who just comes across the corner here with the Pro, just keeping people back. Just look at this.
Jared, he's a really aggressive slayer. He just goes all in and just makes sure he's up there, up at the front. And we see Ice on tower. Ice is a really, really good charger. In NA. I really want to see how well he does to have a charger play in this match.
Arctic Moon there tried to shred the Booyah, but didn't have enough power. And Jared coming in to finish it off, and now trying to get a pick on this 52 as he's just kiting back a little bit here, keeping paint up, making sure he doesn't go down.
Yeah, still just keeping alive. Oh, and it seems though Dark was able to stop Jared to just hide in the corner there. But now this will have Arctic Moon to take back, put that tower away on their side, it seems Twig gets ice with that Booyah Bomb. So 3 people on each side from like this start. So it seems though Arctic Moon is now pushing with this tower, just only for buy time for a little bit. There goes the missiles, and we see Biscuit on the flank with that mini.
Yes, they came in on the flank, and we're taking members down one by one there, stopping this push. And look at, they've already got, they're getting pain control back pretty quickly, and they spot one out on this left corner, and ends up got a good pick there. Oh, getting pincer. That's a nice pincer by Arctic Moon.
Yeah, like they're just Arctic Moon just like stopping these from the BackPink members just to not let them take over their side of control.
Ooh, just threw up the ball a little too late there as Ice sniped the K-52.
Yeah, and those seems so Mina trying to like buy time in just to maybe get the armor ready, have their side really well painted. There's the inkjet from Arctic Moon Star, and excuse me there.
And they want to keep an eye on those flanks, so that ends up as they're painting up that side. And we see another flank from Biscuit in the corner.
yeah. BackPink is like really just holding up there.
Charger versus 52, and teammates come in to help. But Ice did end up getting that pick on the 52.
Alright, and
was ready to go. And there they are. And the Ray! Here comes the bomb.
Yeah, the special coordination there from, BackPink. Missiles and then Ray.
Ooh, it gets shot out there by the 52.
And then there's the Booyah Bomb with Jared. He's gonna use it on their side there. So it seems though Jared's still able to hold up on the front there, but goes down by Dark.
We see that the Mini was the only one up there. It just jumped back, and Arctic Moon
really well played to jump back there. And use me armor already from Dark.
Already.
Yeah, seems though BackPink still keeping really defensively, just not letting Arctic Moon get into it.
It gets picked out. BackPink's down to 1 member, and that is the Charger, who's up on.
Yeah, you got to be careful with Ice there. Like he's always having that good of sight just to get that perfect aim on that Charger. Like he's really strong.
Because once that tower goes behind that snipe there, it's really hard to get a angle on it.
And then there's the Ray from Ice, and still might be able to get it. Yes. So there's 2 down from each team. So this is and Arctic. Oh, this is Arctic Moon takes that lead, and now it leads to 3 down. BackPink has to really just probably think of something to make this push. That's all they gotta do. There's Jared already maybe going to all the way to their side just to make sure they get it, and he gets Twig. So only 15 seconds left on the clock. So oh no, Jared just
nice splat bomb.
Good splat on there, and then we see a Ray already from Ice. So here's the coordination there. So they already used their armor, Stingray. So this is gonna go straight to overtime, guys.
And 2 of Arctic
2 members going down from Arctic Moon. So this could be it for them to come back. They just need a little bit. A little bit more, and then this could be it. Just
the Hydra.
Oh no! Just a little close.
Drop in, and then everything explodes.
Oh my god!
Arctic Moon with the defense. Whoa! The Hydra just came in and dropped, and then, like I said, everything exploded. And I think that last little second just just stopped it briefly, and Arctic Moon had to jump into the tower as well. So, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That was so close.
That was so close on BackPink. I'm pretty sure, all of that coordination, they were trying to get to take that lead, but just a little bit, only a little bit. But it seems though Arctic Moon was able to win that one. Game 1 on round 5. So
I was almost a little scared for Arctic Moon there, because you saw one coming in at a time, and it was literally just the Hydra up there trying to do what they can, and they just risked it all, and it was worth it.
It was definitely worth it from Arctic Moon. They just like really held that on to ride the tower and just like kept riding the tower until they get that lead. Like really well played from Arctic Moon there.
Wow. And now we're going into the second game of Rainmaker Sturgeon. This is also going to be a good one.
Like this could go either way.
It could be amazing either way. But after what we just saw, we got action happening.
Yeah, we have so much things happening from that game one of round 5 match there. That was just incredible to watch. We're just hoping to see more of this set here. So we're gonna get ready for it. Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. So we'll see. Let's look at the comps. Oh, so it seems now Dark Switch. Both sides have C-Jet.
Jets. One's got Object Shredder. One's got some more special power ups. So special charge up.
Yeah, and that's like the two mains.
Pick on Mina and going in again. Oh wow. Ray's already out. Arctic Moon just going.
Yeah, Arctic Moon just really pushing that Rainmaker, and now that Ice was able to stop that push there. Now, this has to do with something. BackPink has to come up with something. There goes the Ray. Probably gonna make that Rainmaker reset for now. There's Twig up there, but goes down by some of the members from BackPink.
Yep, BackPink here. They noticed that Arctic Moon was pushed up, and we're picking them out of every corner. That would be the 4th one on Snipe. And
yeah, they're keeping it up. So there goes Mina. Biscuit with the inkjet too. Yo, oh my gosh.
That is 3 down on Arctic Moon. That is a delayed wipe, but the 52 is back up.
They're still able to get that. So they did able to take that lead back though. 29 remaining on BackPink. Oh my god. Already just going all in with these matches.
A Rainmaker explosion getting 2 down there, and it's just ice on the sponge. And then
3 down already, so there it seems though Arctic Moon trying to get it back, keep mid back. Seems though BackPink trying to not let them probably push a little forward. Maybe not letting them. They're really keeping defensively on Arctic Moon's left side. So.
Yep, now we see Dark going in, but maybe a little too close there as Biscuit and a teammate were just able to collapse on Dark there.
I'm excited. I'm really excited because I've seen so much of Biscuit plays when he plays Nautilus. Like he's insane. Like he's so insane. But he did get some of those picks there once they prevented Arctic Moon to pop. Here comes the Inkjet. He's already just really going all in aggressive. But
just kicking down though. Good job by Twig and Dark there to shut down that Inkjet. But Jared not far behind to follow up.
Yeah, and then there goes the armor. But that leads to 3 down. So Jared has missiles. He could use it once for a push. So
I think they're waiting for that right time. They do see that Twig is hiding below. Oh, yeah. Nice.
And what a move there. I gotta say, that was a really good move from Twig. Tries to just go up there right into the face, but doesn't get a pick though. And it seems though BackPink still trying to keep this mid control, make sure they don't yoink the Rainmaker, just take it.
BackPink is being more patient. They're waiting for the right time to go. Arctic Moon here, you'll see they're being a bit more aggressive.
We just saw Ice jumping back, and I'm assuming that they're gonna use it on the Ray. And then there it is, Ice using that Ray just for the timing to make sure Arctic Moon does not go through that sponge, their sponge.
Yep, they're pinning up as much as he can on top, but being shot down. Now paired up with Dark. Has the Booyah. Here comes the Booyah. One member of Arctic Moon does go down. It was their Zap. The second one goes down, and Twigs is kind of a little bit stuck here, but nice wall, and does manage to escape.
Yeah, so good so far. So now we just have a minute left. yeah, BackPink is still like playing this so patiently. Like they're just using it for the right of timing, like, and keeping that pain control too. So like that really just gives them some time to like play it so defensively. And then there goes the Ray from Arctic Moon's side. So he's really gonna focus that. But I gotta say, a little bit like a good play there from Ice there, just to push that Rainmaker so they will at least like buy them time to like maybe play this defensively. So this is like a trades of going on around here, like everyone's just like splatting each other. So oh my gosh, you like to see that. Like this is like I was about to say, this is a war zone. Everyone's just like oh, everyone's just on a killing spree, everybody.
15 seconds left and BackPink doesn't have to do anything here but really guard and pick whoever's coming forward. You see they got Twig, but their splatter shot is down. The Ray's coming out. Arctic Moon has popped armor. There's two in the middle. Oh, and
there it is.
That is game. Yeah.
BackPink was able to like win that game 2 of round 5. So it needs now to 1-1. Boy, like I really want to see more of this match here. Like these teams are like really well done. Can we just see from Biscuit 22 splats with that Nautilus? Like I want to see more of Nautilus plays from Biscuit. Like he's just really an amazing player with that weapon.
I have a feeling we're going to see that as we're going to go into Clam Blitz Piranha Pit.
This is like one of the maps that people don't enjoy, but personally I think I kind of enjoy this as long as like you probably know you could coordinate really well on this map. This map is like really open too.
Yeah, this can be in two ways because you can lock out pretty decently on this map, so you really need specials, your bombs to get back in.
Yeah.
But yeah, you gotta find the right corner because you got 3 different paths to go pretty much, and the flanks, there's so much to watch. You need a lot of map awareness on this map, but with both these teams I'm sure they will see a lot of things coming in any direction.
Yeah, like this could really go either way with, you know, how these teams can coordinate. So we're now going to get ready for game 3 of round 5. So let's take a look at each of these comps on both teams. Like I'm excited to see this match. So we still see a C-Jet from Arctic Moon. Yeah, still both C-Jets on both sides. And Biscuit's still using that Nautilus. And Jared switched to K-Pro this time.
Washer Deco on the side of Arctic Moon.
Oh, we do, yes. And I'm pretty sure they're gonna try to do something. Oh, Array just already out already. You do like to see that though too. Some just
going
like,
down to
instantly pull the Ray. Just like less than 10 seconds to pull that Ray.
Spire here trying to live. Does manage to escape. That was a close call there. Got one pick. Almost got the second one, but had to push back from the Ray.
Yeah, so Inkjet coming out from Biscuit. Gets that pick though too. One pick there, and like they have BackPink has like that map control there, and they're already at their enemy's basket already. And with one power clam, they do open it up. Now they just need to like get some clams and then just like really play this defensively and just maybe get some like a big of lead there. It seems though.
Below.
Yeah, he's hiding there below, just like trying to get there, but he jumps back. Well played there. We still see Mina and Jared though, still up there, right by their basket.
Arctic Moon's 3 down now. Was 3 down. Slosher's trying to defend as much as they can. Does go down. We see another one in the top left, getting pushed back.
I would say good coordination from Biscuit, throwing clams there, and now Jared with throwing a Booyah Bomb, just waiting for the timing until Arctic Moon pops out. Yeah, it seems though BackPink has a really big lead here. Now it has like 19 remaining. They're still throwing clams.
The specials from Arctic Moon have come out in defense, and you can see the Slosher here doing all they can to slush around, get picks.
And then Jared gets the pick, but just barely just to throw some plans there. But I do like how he was getting those 2 picks on Arctic Moon there. He's a really aggressive player. You gotta watch out for Jared, guys. The people are watching.
Gets stopped by Dark, who painted up, has Ray, is using Ray, and Arctic Moon has 2 clams now to work with. They pick them both up. They don't have any specials on them yet. No, they just got armor. And they're pinging this way. They're getting ready to go.
Yep, and now they had 2 power clams and they were still able to get that, but
this could be a
BackPink, yeah, BackPink was like a clean wipe there from BackPink. They were able to stop them from throwing clams there. And then
scored in already, still has the booyah here. They only need a few clams. Arctic Moon doing whatever they can, but it was not enough.
Yeah, not enough there. But I gotta say though, from BackPink from this match though, we see Mina and Jared just going up into their basket right away, just when they had those clams. I do seeing more of picks there, the Inkjet plays from Biscuit. He just had some good picks there from what we see in here. And now we're gonna get set to game 4 of round 5. We are moving on to Splat Zone's Black Belly City Skate Park.
One more comment from the last game. There was a really good coordination play there when we saw Biscuit on the bottom in kind of that useless area. When he jumped out, other 2 members just still came in and pushed in. Mina and Jared came in right after that. That was beautiful coordination.
Yeah, that was a really good coordination there. But what are you expecting on this map and mode itself?
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. I usually see exploshers here.
Yeah.
Maybe one will come out, maybe not. This is a very interesting map mode. It definitely ain't any of my favorites, but there are a lot of stuff happening.
So we're gonna get ready for this one. We see a ballpoint from Dark.
Yes.
And the Fire Fan Charger from Ice. So no Explosher.
No, but there is a K machine and a normal slosher, so that'll be just enough. Sloshers on this map are pretty
that's on the side of Arctic Moon.
See, 1 and 1 go down already. It's pretty even. Biscuit holding their ground here on Snipe, and
Twig trying to get the pick there, but Biscuit was still able to take Twig down. Let's see, 2 down side from Arctic Moon. There goes Biscuit. I want to see how he could be really aggressive there, but he's just playing it patiently, just how BackPink are. So really keeping the zone. There goes the missiles.
2 down, 3 down. Just the machine left on their suicide. There does jump out for safety.
Yeah.
Biscuit here lurking. Oh, inkjetting over.
Oh, save Inkjet. He might. Oh, he gets 1 pick from that. Oh my god, that was such a good Inkjet there shot. Oh my god.
Wow. That was to the nose. Ice going down here by Twig. Arctic Moon here pops armor. Twig looking to see if they can go in. Splashdowning zone.
Yeah, just Twig still trying to get that other zone. So this could be it. They could give the penalty to BackPink.
Trying to take down Biscuit before they take the other zone, but Twig didn't get him, but teammates did.
It seems though Dark is still trying to get that zone, but just a little bit. But we did see 3 down from Arctic Moon though. But Dark is still going though, still going, not jumping back.
Yeah, no, Dark is keeping their space and all that, making sure that they don't die. Mina here popping armor, painting zone. Going with team here, we saw Jared go out in front. They got zones back. Mina jumping in, gets the pick. Going in on the machine, gonna get the pick here. Yep, and takes the zone. With 7 seconds left on the zone.
And there's Biscuit with the Inkjet. We'll see more if we could see it. He gets 1 pick there. Well,
very dominant by BackPink there. Arctic Moon did have their times to shine coming in, but just couldn't find their way.
Yeah, but I gotta say, well played to both teams. These teams are really like looking for the improvement. I've seen Arctic Moon finding themselves with a lot of improvement on their side. Like, I really hope in the future we do get to see more of their side.
Oh, I'm pretty sure there's going to be lots more from them. And yes, they've improved so much since I've seen them. And seeing this play is amazing. You guys should be proud of yourselves.
Exactly. Like, yeah, like that was just like an amazing set that we watched though. Like I'm just so amazed. But yeah, guys, we are gonna be taking a break now. I gotta say, where can we find you? Like, where could they find you, Debbie, on any social media?
You can find me mainly on Twitter at DebbieWBG, or I do streaming some time on Debbie_WBG. Those are where you'll find me the most. How about you, Germ?
Okay, well, I'm mainly on Twitter. You can find me on BunnyHeejin SPL, and you can also find me on stream sometimes. I do stream. You can find me on German the K-pop King on Twitch, and yeah, like I said, we are gonna be taking a break now. We're gonna now move on with the next commentators that are gonna be commenting now, and we'll see you guys at the next set, and I'll see you guys then.
See you.
Okay, and folks, welcome one and all to the 6th edition of Swim or Sink, presented by Inkling Performance Labs. Of course, live from the dwells of the IPL laboratory here. Popgun joining me. I am Stu, the announcer. Once again, thank you for joining us. Twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Now, one of these teams we might have expected here, BackPink, obviously. They have won a few of these tournaments, in fact. However, a very big surprise here in the winners' final round. Mictlan Heroes, a familiar name to those who have kept their eye on the bracket and have appeared on stream once or twice, but, I mean, it is a Cinderella run thus far, Popgun.
Yes, nothing screams Splatoon dominance like the word BackPink. But yeah, Mictlan Heroes, this is this is quite a bit of surprise. I mean, if you look at the bracket, the teams they had to beat to get here, none of them really stand out as major monsters in their own right. So this will definitely be the biggest opponent, or the toughest opponent they've seen up to this point. But credit where credit is due. Mictlan Heroes making a name for themselves in this SOS, and now have an opportunity to immortalize themselves as they take on the legendary FT BackPink team, featuring Ice this time around. Well,
should be noted, Mictlan, apparently in Aztec mythology, is the underworld. I actually did some research on this because I recognized the name as like Mictlan goes back to Aztec mythology. It is their underworld, and it is quite fitting. There's a lot of tests under there. Winds carrying knives. Rivers of blood filled with jaguars. And that might just be what they have to face against BackPink. They might need to go to hell and back. Welcome to Winners Final here at the 6th edition of Swim or Sink. The Snapper Canal we go. Let's make it rain.
Oh Lord, I love commentating with you. So right off the bat, we see...
I do my research, man.
Greek mythology research. I need to brush up on that. Let's see, as the cops come out here, an anchorless cop coming out for the heroes, but two players immediately going down, getting a trade with Biscuit, the legendary Nautilus player Biscuit here. But nothing really surprising that comp-wise coming out from either teams as we see the opening push coming from BackPink.
Yeah, and all of a sudden we're seeing this push. Mina doing that work with that end zap as they have all night, trying to get this run up on the higher ground here, take care of business, but no kills to be had, though they will push the line forward just a little bit as the objective pushes forward as well. 55 points on the board as their initial gambit, less than a minute gone, and I don't think they're done yet. It is a 3-1 advantage. They are not stopping. Is this going to be a roll here? That progress is stopped, but not before 70 points are accrued.
That is a hero play there by the pro, the last player left alive for the heroes. But they still got a little too many weasels left in their hen house here to try to keep this push going for BackPink. But with two players going down, it looks like the heroes will successfully defend this push, and they're, quite honestly, with how it was looking right there, they're very lucky this game is even still going on at all, much less the fact that they only surrendered 70 points on that opening push.
It's been a scrappy performance all tournament long thus far from Mictlan Heroes as they do get the reset and trying to get any sort of momentum. However, barrier will be popped by BackPink, appropriately enough in the pink ink at this point in time, and perhaps a little bit of comfort there. Who knows? Mina going to try to turf up as much as possible on the defensive end of things, and even though there is a nice little push from the end zap on the part of Mictlan Heroes, they will be taken down, and still not before gaining a few points on the board. This is kind of what you need to keep yourself in the game, Popgun.
Yeah, but the main issue here that the heroes are going to be facing is Ice for BackPink. Arguably one of the best Stingray users in all of the West, if not the entire world. We haven't seen them use a lot of Stingrays up to this point, mainly because they were carrying the Rainmaker earlier. But now that BackPink has this huge lead, they can just kind of ride out all of those Stingray spams that Ice is firing out right now. It's gonna be extremely difficult for the heroes to find a way to get a lead going here, especially with two players going down and Biscuit pushing way up there with that inkjet. trying to create an opportunity for BackPink to get this KO.
Biscuit getting pushed off of the map there and not able to maximize the damage from that Inkjet. And definitely a shout out to Dafter, who has been able to do quite a bit of work with that K-Pro. Perhaps this would have been a done deal, as you mentioned prior, Popgun, were it not for their efforts in the solo battle on the side there. But that seems to be the game plan that BackPink are going for, and it looks like they are none too deterred from doing so.
Yes, but they're going to need to find a way to get some more picks here and to get some ground going. BackPink is obviously taking it this safer route here on the left, which means even if they die with the Rainmaker, it's still going to be a good chunk away from the heroes to find a way to get a push even starting here. As it dies deep into that back corner there, that's just going to allow time for Ice to build up another Stingray and get a defensive push going here, especially with Chan sharking around and getting a huge double. I make that a wipe on the side of the heroes as Chan's starting to push up here. This is starting to look extremely scary, if it wasn't looking scary to begin with for the heroes here.
Yeah, and now again being put onto the defensive, you're trying to get points on the board and you are not really able to do that, trying to add to that 28-point total to combat the 70 of BackPink. And Mina is just going to get that pick up on the higher ground, utilizing that Rainmaker to full effect. Eventually, Dafter will be taken down as well. And as we're looking at it here, this is Mina just holding on. You can't be scored on if you have possession of the Rainmaker. So definitely they're just going to stay up here and be content with having the higher ground. And I mean, this is just... It's... What are you to do? If you are Mictlan heroes, you can't get in. You have to rely on a bomb play here. And yeah, the Booyah Bomb will eventually come out, but it will be none too effective.
Oh my goodness.
They are more than okay with the point total that they have acquired, and 70-28, the final score for game number 1, map number 1, I should say, on Snapper Canal. And it's not always going to be pretty, Popgun. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do to get things done. And yeah, Mictlan heroes standing defiant, but eventually just wound up not being enough. And you see the kill totals there. Biscuit with 15 splats, putting in the work on the Nautilus, and Mictlan just wound up getting wiped out.
They look bored there at the end. Just, can we get this game over with so we can go on to the next one? You know, obviously BackPink is made up of a lot of players that are used to being in winter finals / grand finals here in SOS. So this is very familiar territory for them. Obviously, as we mentioned, for Mictlan heroes, a little bit of a new ground here, and it kind of showed in that game a little bit. The heroes only managed to get one push off in that entire 5-minute span. But on a different mode here, as we go to Clan Blitz at Hotel, we'll see if we can see a little bit more aggression coming out of the heroes. But once again, they got a tall mountain they got to climb here in Winners Finals.
I mean, yeah, there's fewer mountains taller, fewer harder to summit than that of BackPink. And what they have done in these tournaments can't really be understated. Multiple-time swim or sink winners, were finalists in the very first tournament, in fact, before going down to Sayonara. But yeah, this is BackPink's time to shine, and I think they know it. But when you're talking about Mictlan, you said that, okay, maybe it's not the most impressive resume that they put together, perhaps the beneficiaries of some very fortuitous bracket fortunes, but yeah, that was a little bit redundant, pardon me. But nevertheless, Mictlan showing that they're not going to go down all too easy. They're willing to hang in, they're willing to put up the fight, and they were ready to jump out right from game number 2. You saw that they were ready to go pretty quickly, and now we're going to have to see how they handle Clan Blitz on New Albacore Hotel. And this kind of troubles me, because you're talking about weapons that this is a course that definitely favors a little bit of range, and you can see that they have the Jet Sculpture, but you also have to be mobile, and it's not going to be easy, especially when you are talking about the prospect of 1v1ing against one of the better teams in North America.
Well, it's interesting. You kind of mentioned the range. They actually do outrange BackPink a little bit here, as we see Ice coming off of the traditional anchor weapon that we know them for in favor of a Forge Pro, but with 3 players immediately going down and map control immediately going to BackPink. It looks as though they're starting up for their first push, even though the Stingray is coming out. Hopefully it can do something to kind of slow down this push, as we see players trying to build a power clam for BackPink, but a lot of difficulty early on here for the heroes.
Yeah, this is Lex that we're seeing on the K shot. They are being tasked with quite a bit in terms of inking and coverage alongside that Junior. They're going to take out Ice, however, so maybe take their range down just a little bit. They're going to get that initial breakage, but only 1 player on the field. They are going to get 1 power clam in. 23 points on the board as an opening gambit. Not terrible, but you're definitely thinking that you could have enough. Mictlan have been stingy this entire night. It would be a mistake to count them out now.
Yeah, and that push didn't really do a whole lot for BackPink there. In fact, it might have eventually done more for the heroes, as now they were able to get a wipe, they were able to get control of mid. You saw Biscuit kind of sticking around with the mini Splatling in the base, but eventually did get snuffed out. So now momentum has shifted a little bit in the side of the heroes, and if they're going to make a play, you don't know how many opportunities you're going to get to try to do damage against a team like this. And with 1 player going down, but a nice pick there by Lexi, seeing Biscuit deep in their own base, but everybody else does go down, so this will be a 2v1, which might eventually result in a wipe, but more importantly, it's going to cost more points there. Man, if the heroes had an opportunity, that was it right there, and it flipped right on them.
Yeah, and that pity clam is going to go bye-bye, as Chan is going to help turn that the area around the basket orange. It gets Dafter with that K slosher, the K machine, I guess I should say. And yeah, the points are getting piled on, and yeah, 2 direct hits with that thing, and yeah, the Stingray will go down as well. That was Laowo on the Jet Squelcher. The points just keep on coming. The basket gets filled up, and Lex trying to get as many kills as possible. Simply not able to do so. 1 accounted for by the goal, and that is a knockout blow. I mean, just death by 1,000 paper cuts from BackPink, and Mictlan Heroes backs against the wall. They're going to need some heroics in game number 3.
Yeah, this is the best of 5, right? I'm assuming that we're heading into new. Okay. But yeah, but still, the heroes, if you're the heroes, you got to look at, okay, there's going to be little windows in each game where they can do a little bit of damage here. They did have a slight window there after the first push by BackPink, and it just didn't work out for them. Maybe they just weren't ready for it, or maybe they didn't realize there was the opportunity to get something going there, or maybe they just lost 1v1s in general. But if you're the heroes, you're going to have to just keep finding ways for those windows to open and find a way to strike. You got to come in this with a mentality that you can take a game off of these guys, at least 1 game off of them. But if you're BackPink, I mean, they look like they're ready to just get this one over with and move on to grand finals, as they've quickly made their way through that second game after kind of just kicking their feet, waiting for the time to run out on game 1.
See, it makes you wonder though, because you're talking about a team like Mictlan Heroes who have done very well to get here. But what are you taking away from this set? Like, this is your opportunity to go up against against 4 of the finest talents that this continent has to offer. And if you're Mictlan Heroes, what are you doing? Is it like, okay, we got to put this out of our minds. Maybe we're going to get rolled, but hey, we're here. Or are you? How much of a learning opportunity are you taking this as? Because yeah, you can get you're probably getting bopped, all things considered, but also you're still playing a competitive set. So how much are you doing with like downloading versus like what you're able to do, what you're able to learn? versus like what you have to do in order to win this set, as insurmountable an obstacle as this may seem.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. As we see both teams kind of readying up here, I don't think the Heroes are going to be disappointed if they don't win this set. That's not to say that they're going to be satisfied with just making it to this point, but this is a team that's been around for a while. As we see an opening trade come up here, but this is easily the biggest stage that the Heroes have ever been on. So this is just going to be an opportunity for them to just kind of soak up this experience as a whole, going against one of some of the best 4 players that this community has to offer. And in this opening 30 seconds, they haven't really surrendered the zone just yet. However, we do see BackPink eventually get control mid and start pushing the Heroes back into their own base.
And it's so impressive to see how BackPink moves, where they just go up and try to close off every single potential route that they see, and it's pretty impressive to see how efficiently they move. And it's not even like they you go back to their prior round against Arctic Moon, where Arctic Moon wound up taking a game, almost kind of stealing that first round tower control on I believe it was Starfish main stage. But they never really felt like BackPink, it never really felt like the game was completely out of their hands until the very last second when those missiles came down and took them off the objective. Now they have 75 points on the board. Make that 80. They are counting down real quickly, and they have numbers on the field. 3-2 in fact, and they're counting down all the way. Is this going to be the knockout blow? You better watch your back, because BackPink are in grand finals, and they are looking for championship glory yet again at Swimmer Sink.
And for the Heroes, the tournament is not over. They now get to go to the losers bracket, but they still have an opportunity to get even more out of this great tournament run that they've had so far. Obviously, BackPink took care of business there and showed that they are the better team, at least this time around. But that's not to take any credit away from the Heroes. This is, so far, has been a really great tournament for them, and they should be excited about the fact that it's still not over. There's still a way for them to get even more wins and an even better experience out of this tournament.
Yeah, and no, it was a wonderful effort, don't get me wrong, and you saw it in game number 1. They were kind of jonesing for a fight. It's just at some point you wind up getting outclassed, and there's too much individual talent to be overcome, especially when you're talking about from Chan. You picked the exact right weapon, the Soda Slosher, for that map, and you wind up getting 7 kills for it, leading the field. Excuse me. But if you're the Heroes, you kind of have to regroup and recollect, because you're going to be facing some absolutely fearsome competition going into losers final, where they will await whomever is coming out of that bracket. And once again, exclamation point bracket if you want to keep up with the action for yourselves. Ultimately, the big boss at the top of the tower, the Geese Howard of this south town known as Swimmer Sink, is BackPink. And they're sitting there posted up, waiting for a challenger. Once again, folks, I'd like to thank you for joining us here at twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon for Swim or Sink, the 6th edition of such. Alongside Popgun, I'm Stu, the announcer, and yeah, it's been a great tournament so far. Popgun, what's been your big takeaway from the competition thus far? A lot of mid-level teams trying to make their names known, and doing so at the expense of some pretty quality competition.
What has been going on with Arctic Moon recently? Are you kidding me? These guys came out and won Testing Ground 3 last Friday, but even more impressively, coming this far into the tournament, taking a game off of BackPink, which I know was on stream, but I didn't get to see. You said it looked like it was more comfortably in BackPink's favor, and they just took it at the end there. But still, Arctic Moon is the big takeaway for me so far in this tournament. I am just knowing where they were in SAC last season, which is like the lower/mid-level circuit at the beginning of this year, to now being able to take a game off of BackPink and winning Testing Grounds last week. What has gotten into these guys is beyond me. And quite honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them again on stream at some point today, if not back in Grand Finals.
I mean, it's it's been impressive what Arctic Moon have been able to do, and really it's one of those things where you're starting to build an identity for yourselves, especially when you have weekly tournaments back in vogue in the Splatoon community. This is still a very recent development, so you have teams that are willing to show out and are able to kind of pick themselves up and go up against some of the best competition on a fairly regular basis. That's why you have teams like Arctic Moon perhaps showing out a little bit more in terms of their form. That's why you have certainly teams like BackPink continuing their dominance, but certainly even like teams like Mictlan Heroes that are able to do well, or Fruit Punchers, not a bad team in of themselves. We might be seeing those two Arctic Moon and Fruit Punchers go at each other in this losers quarterfinal round. But yeah, we definitely see y'all throwing out the support in the chat. Hola vatos, what's good, Mexico? But either way, it's always fun when you have a community coming together and just kind of shooting the breeze, talking a little Splatoon, and seeing some high quality action to go along with it.
Yeah, Arctic Moon and I believe Mictlan Heroes are both Spanish-speaking teams. So if we see these teams continue to get on their rise, I'm going to have to pick up on some Spanish myself, other than the Spanglish that I learned growing up. Dude,
I lived in Costa Rica for like 3 months, and I learned a bunch of Spanish, and I forgot nearly all of it. So yeah, shame. Y'all can shame me in the chat. But yeah, if you're in Costa Rica, Pura Vida, what's going on?
Let's see. One other thing I do kind of want to mention is, Stu, my expertise is mainly the teams that are in the lower level, and we do have a lot of lower level teams that signed up for this tournament consistently, and they don't do anything that's going to make a lot of headline noise, but it's still really impressive that these teams still keep coming out week after week, even though they might only get 1 or 2 wins. But that we have signed up for this one, it's in the 30s. This has got to be the biggest SOS we've had up to this point. And one of the main reasons we're getting so many teams is that we're getting a lot of these lower/mid-level teams coming out and playing in this. I see Symphony was in here, a new team, Elite X. Xylo played a little bit. Vento's a very well-known low-ink team. They got a couple of wins here. And I do want to give a shout-out to, I see Helix out here. Getting, where'd they finish here? Round 7 of losers. So Helix getting several huge wins here, beating Nectar, Wiggler Ahoy. Nectar beat Massacre, which is a team that's given Helix issues in the past. So, there's a lot of good stuff going on here that we don't always get to see in the losers bracket. But a lot of teams making some noise for themselves today, and that's nice to see.
Yeah, Helix has been on the run. Definitely gotta give the shout outs to them. But I mean, raise your hand if you had the 2 and the 3 seeds reading in round 6 loser side. Like, that is something that you just generally do not see. But yeah, Fruit Punchers putting an end to Hysteria's losers run, where they took out Cataclysm before running into Fruit Punchers, and then obviously
Fruit Punchers.
Yeah, Fruit Punchers, not a bad team, gotta say. You look at their composition, and apparently this guy had a few fans in the chat. You might have heard of him, SS Nolan. So,
yes,
not a bad K-Pro, all things considered, and was leading the team in splats for the most part in their match on stream, but certainly were aided by Caden, Oscar, and Kokodeska in their endeavors. So certainly a team that is capable of taking it to the best of them, and certainly capable of taking out anyone that comes in their way. Arctic Moon, perhaps, among them.
Yes, yeah. Okay, Caden on Fruit Punchers. I remember that kid is insanely good. A lot of really good, insanely good players on these. Okay, so this Fruit Punch team is definitely a pickup then, because Caden is on Sonder. That's kind of the thing that always tricks me up on these, is just like what these random team names. Which, first off, these pickup team names, if we were just to go off those, these are fine. Fruit Punchers is fine. BackPink is gross, but gets the job done. And then there's this team, a pickup, but yes, question mark. I don't know about that. But still, yeah, it's nice to see all these pickup teams. And these pickup teams that are doing well, which is good, that we see these teams that are just kind of, these individual players that are still kind of grinding, even if it's not with their official team. And, you know, you kind of pointed out in that last game that we saw on stream, of BackPink, you were talking about how coordinated they all seemed, which, you know, in a theory, you would think, okay, it's a pickup team, they wouldn't really be that coordinated, but these are like the top of the food chain in the entire community. These guys have been playing basically with and against each other in every single tournament that they sign up in. So even though these players might not play specifically with each other on each team, they still have a lot of synergy and experience playing with and against each other here. So it looks like...
no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was apparently muted. Apologies for that. But yeah, you're
like
talking about
waiting on something, I assume.
Yeah, I think we are waiting on. Actually, I couldn't really tell you, but it's pretty funny how you get familiar with, obviously not just the competition in general, but also the fact that you have pickups means that you're not even getting familiar with specific teams or specific compositions. You're kind of getting a wide range of different things that are being thrown at you, even though you're seeing like a lot of the same players. Perhaps you're still getting a feel of what high-level competition in Splatoon is supposed to be. Like, even if it's just in North America, there's still a lot of variance to be had with some of the players that you're bound to see. Like, so you'll see someone who's really good with Glugas and will use those for all three matches, just all three different types. So, yeah, shout-outs to Rice for that. That was funny. Or you'll just see a team running double Nautilus and winning the entire tournament and winning the Ink for Pink event that our good friends over at GSM ran. And by the way, congratulations to them for raising, what was it, like $6,700, I think it was, for the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. Definitely want to give them the shout out and the amazing work that they did over the past couple of weeks.
Yes, and it looks like we do finally have some sort of Splatoon action to be given you guys. We're going to be losers semifinals, I believe this is. Fruit Punchers versus, oh good, what is that? Sainosaur? Sainosaur?
I think I'm going to say Sainosaur.
It looks like a couple of pickup teams we were talking about going up against each other. But here we go, the Fruit Punchers you were just talking about. Coming out with Nolan and his notorious K-Pro. Caden, who I'm pretty sure plays every single weapon in the game. And then, of course, Oscar, I believe we usually see on something like a Tri-Slosher or CDS. I'm not really sure what Coco plays. But the other three players I am somewhat familiar with, and we're going to obviously get a good look at them coming up ahead against the Sainosaur team of Skyforce, Yoshi, and So.
Well, it gives you a little bit of variance. You never know. I mean, Coco could wind up just being the backliner. Caden obviously has the fundamentals to flex into just about anything. Really just kind of depends on what you are expecting from your opposition. It looks like we're going to see Splat Zones on Piranha Pit to start this thing off. But Sainosaur, who we did see on stream earlier on, didn't do too poorly for themselves when you really consider it. But they wound up falling victim to the Mictlan heroes that we keep mentioning, seemingly ad infinitum. But yeah, they wound up upsetting the Fruit Punchers in winners quarterfinals. So that was by a score of 2-0, and perhaps one of the more unexpected results of the tournament. But yeah, that was this is Fruit Punchers now playing for a shot at revenge. They already dispatched Arctic Moon by a score of 2-0, so Arctic Moon's run will end in losers' corner. Quarters. Goodness gracious. I mean, when you see so many results that are this unexpected, you try not getting tongue twisted, buddy.
That's why I let you talk more than me, because you know I'm just gonna get tongue twisted just about every other thing I say. Is why I try to come up with things other than Mictlan heroes, because I know I'm gonna mispronounce that at some point. But yeah, if you're the heroes and you're watching this stream, which you imagine some of them are because they play the winner of this, you got to be thinking, okay, we beat both of these teams, but Sainosaur, it was a very close 3-2 set, and like you said, the win against Fruit Punchers was probably a really tight one as well. If you just go off of the seed there, but it'll be good to see these two teams going off against each other, or going up against each other here with the and this is a best of 3 set here, by the way. I said Sainosaur might be a pickup. That might be wrong, because they all are coming in here with the same kind of tag, which is really nice to see, especially when you're our streamer, like our wonderful Ink Farer is, who has to try to figure out who is on whose team as we create the lobby here. But our first game is going to be Splat Zones at Piranha Pit. So if you're Fruit Punchers, I guess we're going to figure out what kind of comps they like to do here. I'm assuming Caden is just going to roll the dice and go with whatever weapon comes up with that. But I'm not really sure what to expect out of Sainosaur myself.
I mean, we've seen quite the capable team in Sainosaur. I will say that. She and against Sky, it's they've proven to be quite the they have proven to be quite the tandem, I will say. Definitely leading the team in frags, and a lot of the play goes through them. Akuma-san, though maybe not always leading the team in kills, has always kind of been the engine through which everything seems to work. As Caden, sometimes Caden's versatility can be a blessing and a curse, because it seems like they are taking a while to decide what they want to play, and now they are ready. So Losers Semifinals is going to start right now, and we are going to the pit and try to open this sucker up. Winner goes on, loser gets out.
And as we see the team start at the ready up, looks like Coco's coming out with the bamboo. Sue on the side of Sainosaur is going to match with the same kind of bamboo, all the main power-up in the world that we are used to seeing. And the Tri-Slosher coming out of Oscar. So not a really, I guess, if you were expecting the bamboo, this isn't the most unpredictable comp coming out of the Fruit Punchers here, as we see Caden immediately going down. Nolan getting caught in a 2v1 pick there. So the opening push is going to go to a Sainosaurs. It looked like Akuma is trying to kill their own teammate there for a little bit.
I mean, when you're that bloodthirsty, you just have to shoot anything and everything that moves, don't you? Akuma-san. We're seeing the dualies being deployed on their part, and so, again, on that charger, it's going to be the Bamboozler, more specifically, going to be looking for some heads of their own. That Inkjet looking like a decent target. They're going to have to sit in the middle of an Ink Storm in order to try to get this pick off, but to no avail here, as they are extending just a little too far forward, it seems, for comfort. They will try to be pushed out from the zone. Akuma-san will pick off Caden, and it's going to be the charger on the part of I almost said Mictlan Heroes for a second. Excuse me. That is who the winner of this one will be facing off. But yeah, against as you mentioned, against Sainosaur.
Yeah, and this was a nice play here for the Fruit Punchers to be able to cap zone, even though they lose 2 players immediately, because it looked like it was heading towards an early wipe on the side of Sainosaur, and as they do find a way to get back control of zone here. So at least in the early goings here, Sainosaur has kind of established themselves as the more aggressive team, and that aggression is really going to work out in their favor. Even though we see the Fruit Punchers here coming out with just an equally aggressive comp, but they seem to be having difficulties getting the picks they need, or when they do, they lose 2 players in the process, as we see Nolan trading with Sky there, even though they are able to get the zone. So it's a lot of difficulty and a lot of staggering going on here by the Fruit Punchers in this early half.
Oh, so gets taken out by a nice little shot there from from Kokodeska. The missiles inbound, and I like that. I like that they're trying to space each other out, and they're doing a decent enough job of such, but still not able to make up that 70 points that they were able to put on the board. Where Saino are seeming to establish themselves pretty early on, but now getting locked out. They might need to push back in, and Nolan is trying to provide whatever support that they possibly can for Fruit Punchers, trying to get that kill.
That's a huge hit. That's a huge kill.
That is amazing. And Dewey Squelcher is getting taken out as well. So they will continue on their push and try to accumulate more points. They're about 10 points away. Sky, however, a big pick on Caden, but not before Nolan cleans it up. The guy has a fan base for a reason, and out comes the Booyah Bomb onto that snipe.
Yeah, you were kind of talking about them being spaced out, the Fruit Punchers being spaced out. It wasn't working initially because they just weren't winning their 1v1s, but we saw the 1v1s starting to fall in their favor, at least for one push, as we see a nice double there by Oscar. One more player going down, so the zone's going to be flipping back into control of the Fruit Punchers here. So they might not be getting a lot of kills, but they're getting them right when they need them, and this might be a nice fall off there by Caden. Just Caden's third kill coming in with about 4 minutes left to go, but they're getting, like I said, they're getting the picks just when they need them, when it matters the most, and it's likely going to give them the lead here.
He was looking for that pick as soon as you saw him hit the B button and try to get that little extra bit of acceleration. Unfortunately, he's not able to get anything, and Akuma-san is waiting in the wings for that, and Kokodeska looking for the pick on the higher ground. They might just get it if they're not careful. They're going to extend their lead and keep on. That charger is made to just be the main inking weapon, and they are not going to be able to cover any more ground. The knockout blow is applied, and just as quickly as it seems like it started, that's Sainosaur, Fruit Punchers, excuse me, coming back from down, and Sainosaur are kind of up against the ropes here, staggered. Certainly not out. Fruit Punchers goes up 1-0. Shy leading the field with 13 splats on that end zap. However, Oscar definitely making use of that tri-slosher, especially as a lot of that competition came up from the higher ground. They get 12 kills on the game.
It's not a matter of who gets the most kills, it's a matter of when you get those kills. I like to give shout outs to the lower level teams whenever I get the opportunity to do so. But Stu, you and me did Low Ink last month, and we watched Xanadu beat Last Chance. With just about every single game they played, Xanadu did not top frag in any of them. So we're starting to see more of this coming out in this competitive scene. It's when you get the kills, not how many you get, and by golly, Fruit Punchers flipped the switch exactly every single time they needed to, because that looked like that was going to be a quick KO for Sainosaur. And now that we're in a best of 3, winning that game 1 is critical, because Sainosaur is now going to have to play in 2 elimination games if they're going to find a way to win this set, as we now go to Rainmaker at main stage.
So one last note on that game number 1. It's funny that you mentioned that, because it seemed like Caden, he actually was the low fragger on that game. Only 4 splats in that game, tied with the backliner Kokodeska. But it seemed like they were all over the place and just as crucial to the victory as anyone else. So now as we're going to main stage for game number 2, again, it's all about how you work. 4 individuals will always lose to 1 team, and now they're trying to make it rain on the main stage. Akuma-san coming in forward, getting the splat onto Nolan and making a little bit more space for their team. They're going to try to pile up control in midfield. However, good work on the charger there from the opposition to perhaps stall the progress just a little bit, and in fact they will get control. And they just wound up having to retreat from midfield as soon as the numbers disadvantage came through.
As we're seeing these players for the first time, my assumption was we saw Stingray. Oh, actually, that's going to end the push right there. Nice picks there. But when in the last game we saw both teams using Bamboo, I was wondering if they were just Bamboo mains. As we see them take the lead here, are they going to get more? The Stingray is going to come out and shut down that push. But we saw them using Bamboo. I wonder if that was just because of the map or if they were Bamboo mains. But we do see both Bamboo players switching to this Stingray Splat Charger comp, which is going to come down very critical towards the end of this game, well, when a team needs that Stingray at the end just to hold on for the defense.
So is going to be made to reposition here. Never the position that you want to be in if you are a charger. However, they're not going to get any positive yardage off of that just yet. However, they are in Rainmaker range. The Stingray is going to be deployed as soon as they get to lower ground. However, there to clean up is who else would it be, Popgun, but Nolan. And they're going to continue this push and retake the lead. 43 points on the board for their opposition. However, it's Fruit Punchers. They're counter punchers, Popgun. They strike right back with 62 points of their own.
Yeah, and they're gonna... Gosh, Sainosaur is going to have a little bit of difficulty trying to get this Rainmaker out. You see them trying to get control of mid first, but they don't see Nolan sharking around down at the lights there. I wonder if Nolan's going to sneak around. Okay, the camera switched back to them. It looks like the Rainmaker will get back to mid, and they do sniff out Nolan just in time. And this lead isn't huge at all. Basically, they're just going to get to about the middle of the pit. There's a few points if they don't get lead right there, but all they have to do is pop this and just sneak it forward just a little bit. But in all honesty, if they want to win this game, they're going to have to push it a little bit deeper than that, because getting a score of 38 or 39 isn't the most difficult thing to do in the world, as we see another Sharker going up there with the N-Zap. Yeah, if you're both teams, neither one should be feeling comfortable right now, because that's not a lot of points on this map. You just got to set a foot on that ramp, and you got a huge lead at this point.
Yeah, and they were able to get to that 38 point remaining mark, but of course it goes to the tie goes to the team that reached it first. Thus, it will be back to the drawing board for Sainosaur, as Nolan we see continue doing their work, looking for heads. That triple MPU K-Pro, as oh my gosh, this is Sky again. Was that a squid bag that we just saw? I approve.
Controller malfunction.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Sorry, the ZL just got stuck a little bit there. It happens to the best of us, but it's going to be ever so slightly within Orange's corner as the shot resets, as the Rainmaker resets. Excuse me. Sky looking for the flank here. Devious intentions in mind. A little over a minute to go, and the soda. The fizzy bombs. It's whatever. It's soda. It's fizzy. And that is going to be a flat soda there, as Caden is going to decarbonate those bombs real quick with the kill.
Yes, and you see Fruit Punchers does have that Stingray on the line and ready to go. And they haven't been firing it for a little bit. In fact, that's the second Stingray that we've seen out of Sainosaur before Fruit Punchers as counterpunch. They're really waiting for that one opportunity, which is going to come right here.
This is it.
Oh, are they going to find a way to sneak underneath? They do. They actually get the lead. But once again, with two players going down, that might be huge. This could be an opportunity for a counter push to come out. But there might be somebody sharking right around the ledge there, as we see Fruit Punchers trying to get control of mid. But the Stingray is going to be ready on the side of Sainosaur. In fact, they do have it ready just now, along with 4 other specials. This is going to be extremely difficult, but not out of the question for Fruit Punchers to come away with a win here, Stu.
But their backliner is down. They are at a numbers disadvantage, and they do lose the Rainmaker. They're going to have to get up there. Won't be able to get any pops. Who am I kidding? That was some good defense at the very end. The numbers disadvantage just a little too much to deal with. And even though they were able to take out Akuma-san at the very end, that's going to end the hopes of Fruit Punchers there. Sainosaur ties it up at 1. And again, we see it's some pretty solid efforts from everyone all around, including Caden leaving the field with 10 splats. But just, again, that little duck under the Stingray is all it takes sometimes. Movement so heavily emphasized in Rainmaker. Sainosaur just a little too wily for Fruit Punchers to handle.
This is a fun set. It sucks that this is a best of 3 instead of a best of 5. I mean, I'm glad it's a best of 3 so I can get my night over with, but I wish we saw these two in the last set, which would have lasted a little bit longer. But yeah, so far 1-1. Both games have been really close, back and forth between both teams. So now we're going to Clam Blitz at Mako Mart. This is going to work out in Oscar's favor. You saw Oscar really struggled there using Junior in that last map, but now they're going to be able to bring out Tri-Slosher, which really works well on this map. So I think we might see this one shift back into Fruit Puncher's favor. The real question is, what kind of anchor / mid-wide weapon are we going to see out of Coco for Fruit Punchers and Sue for Sainosaur? I think we might see some Bamboo coming back out for both teams, especially for a faster mode like Clan Blitz.
Gotta respect it when Pop Gun turns into Sean Connery for a hot second. I always kind of love that. But we're Sainosaur looks like to be a good. Welcome to the
Sainosaur. Welcome back to Swim or Swink. This is a best of 3. Here we go.
On IPL Splatoon.
Welcome to the last time they let us commentate. Yeah, look.
Yeah. It was a pleasure working for y'all these past 6 tournaments. But either way, we're going to get to it and try to settle this once and for all. Clan Blitz at Mako Mart. Mako Mart, I'm not really sure. Rose by any other name is just as sweet, and a map like this is just as chaotic.
Yeah, as I kind of said, we do see Oscar coming back out with the Tri-Slosher instead of the Junior. That's got to be a little bit of a better, more comfortable pick for them. But we do see the early control of mid going into the favor of Sainosaur, who is going to get this first push here. As you see them kind of do a nice job of throwing clams into the open Shi. But we're going to have to see if they can get more points here as 2 players immediately go down. So this might be a bit of an empty push that could ultimately work out into the favor of Fruit Punchers here.
Yeah, but Oscar, as you mentioned, favoring that Tri-Slosher, you're telling me that the weapon that inks decently well and also has a little bit of kill power is going to do well in Clan Blitz? Surely you jest! And they're going to get the trade on Akuma-san. However, they were looking for a little bit more space by the basket, and though they do push up, they get that barrier breakage that they were looking for. So the initial gambit does pay off, and as the Tri-Slosher is just now coming back into play, they're still keeping this basket alive and occupied as they're going to super jump in, and again they're just kind of piling in these clams one by one. 32 points on the board for their initial gambit, and that is going to be good enough for the lead. However, Sky with a slosher of their own, they're not going down without a fight, and Sainosaur looking to establish themselves as being the top dinos in this bracket and gets the kill on Caden. They are looking and spoiling for a fight here, Pop Gun.
Yeah, and letting Sky get up on that snipe there was very critical. Now they do get lead, but honestly, this could have been a lot worse. That was a great kind of defense there. Killing the Slosher, who had that height advantage on your own snipe, is very huge. As you see Sky, but Sky getting tripped up again, and the lead immediately flipping right back. This is amazing.
Oh, look at that!
Here, look at this. And we see 1 player's left alive. It looks like this will be no Nolan not going down. Is Nolan going to bring more with him?
Who else would it be except Nolan? If you're going to drag me to the gates of hell, you are coming with me, says Nolan. And Akuma-san now trying to fight things off, fend off the opposition on their own on those dualies, and they're doing so valiantly. Excuse me. What did I tell you about getting tongue-tied in these sorts of bracket situations? But Caden right now trying to extend on these 76 points that they have. They're able to get the trade with Shy, but again, 3-3 on the map. You're gonna have to see this purple push go a lot further forward than it is currently.
Well, they do have all the clams that they need to get the lead right back, but honestly, they're going to need to find a way to get a KO. I don't want to give Fruit Punchers any wiggle room to make a comeback, but if they were to get a push going here, it looked like they had a window to do just that, but just whenever a team has an opportunity given to themselves, the other team rises up to the challenge to snuff it out, as we see Oscar getting into a key 1v1 and getting the pick there. 3 players going down for Sainosaur. That push had so much potential, but now it's gone, especially with that white. As we approach about a minute 15 left to go here, I have to check. I honestly don't know who's winning. I'm looking at the screen. Fruit Punchers are the ones in the lead. This lead keeps flipping back and forth. So we're going to see a lot of fireworks here in this last minute, Stu.
Approaching 1 minute remaining, Nolan decides it's time to drop the bombshell and does so with relative effectiveness. trying to collect clams and remain up close towards the goal. However, the Bamboozler has something to say about that, and so is trying to hunt down targets and keep their team in this. Takes out Caden as well, and now that's 2 down on the side, and looking for the missiles right near the clams. They will get the barrier breakage and will try to accumulate a few more points. However, the team went just before they're able to take the lead. They get 76 points on the board, but they're going to be just short. Do they have time to do this, Pop Gun?
Yes, but they're going to need to hurry because they have to form a power clam in the next 20 seconds or this game will end. It will not go to overtime. And right now we see the vast majority of the clams, or at least they were until the Oscar went down there, are in the favor of Fruit Punchers. It's the dinosaurs are going to need to find a way. All these picks are nice, but it's not going to mean anything. If they don't grab 3 more clams, they're not going to get them in time. There's going to be no overtime. And in the last second, are you kidding me this set? Are you kidding me this set? Wow.
They took their eyes off the ball for just a second, and Sainosaur, they were ready. They were waiting, but they are not going to make it to the next round. And yeah, that is just a shame. Of course, it's Nolan who's stealing the show, ready for their close-up 14 frags, but Oscar painting the way and making sure that all the area down by the basket was occupied with nothing. A sea of gold down by the Sainosaur basket for those initial pushes and able to accumulate those 76 points very quickly. All the credit in the world to Sainosaur, who were absolutely ferocious in their own right, and Shy, I mean, doing so much for their team. Akuma-san as well, and good backline work by So and Sky as well. But there's just only so much that you can handle at some point if you're Sainosaur, and it really just came down to that one coordinated push where they just would not stop throwing those individual clams, and that got them down to that around the like 40 to 50 point remaining mark. And then you just saw the power clams just pile through for Fruit Punchers.
Before we send off Sainosaur, can we just point out the fact that they were given literally the lowest seed in this entire tournament, and they just finished in 4th place. And it's not like they were underseeded. Look, in the first game they played, they only won 2-1 against Nectar. So this is in fact, they won a lot of different 2-1 sets leading up to this final. So a very impressive welcome to the Splatoon community, Sainosaur. And the more you guys play, the more likely it is we'll actually pronounce your name correctly there. But a very impressive.
Did they say we got it wrong?
Oh, I kept swishing up and start calling them other things other than Sainosaur as that went on. I'm sure we got it right, honestly. But now we're moving on to a rematch: Fruit Punchers versus Mictlan Heroes. As you mentioned, in the winner's side, this one went to the Heroes 2-0. But you know, as we see in other tournaments, whenever a team has to wait a little bit, and then another team like Fruit Punchers is coming in with the hype that they just had winning that insane set, that might shift the balance a little bit into the favor of the Fruit Punchers here.
Makes you wonder. I mean, Mictlan Heroes, however, coming through with a lot of momentum. Again, having that nice little run through winner's side, as we were mentioning prior. And let's just take a look and revisit that here. Before they ran into BackPink, taking out Sainosaur, who, again, were a very good team, and Mictlan Heroes beating them by a score of 3-2. And before that, taking out Fruit Punchers. So Fruit Punchers, again, looking for their revenge against these Mexican luchadores, if I could coin a little Spanish. Yeah, I think that's what they speak in Mexico. Anyway, Mictlan Heroes taking out Massacre before that, and before that, the Homies. That was the 11th seed in the tournament. Massacre was the 6th. So this is not a bad team that we're dealing with. These weren't just a couple of fluke victories. We saw some very solid gameplay from Mictlan Heroes this entire night. But now, I mean, they're going up against a very motivated Fruit Punchers team that, frankly, Pop Gun seemed to be clicking on all cylinders.
Absolutely. And as we head into you know, the key in that last set was what could Oscar do? What weapon or map would Oscar be able to use the weapons that kind of benefited what they wanted to do? As now we head to tower control at Sturgeon Shipyard. Once again, another map where Tri-Slosher can use the arcing shot of that weapon and kind of abuse the slopes that are on this map. It'll be interesting to see once again if the Fruit Punchers will have what it takes to kind of come away with a win here. And what you would assume would be a map and mode that would benefit their comp really well.
I mean, you can never really assume anything when it comes to this. This is again one of the lower seeded teams that has gone on a great run and has really come together and gelled just in the nick of time. But now they're going up against a team that is swinging haymakers. Bienvenidos de final de perdedor here at Swim or Sink. It's going to be Rainmaker again at Sturgeon Shipyard for map number 1. Caden starting things off on that K shot, which they've been doing a little bit of damage with this thing here, Popgun. What makes them so good on the... Oh, well, you know what? Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about how they just traded in mid. But, oh my gosh, just a bloodbath in midfield to start things off. And, of course, the team that's going to come out on top is Fruit Punchers, especially when you have the triple MPU K-Shot, or K-Pro, excuse me, in the hands of Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan already with 3 KAs. Make that 4, getting a nice pick there on the Booyah Bomb. But clearing this checkpoint is going to be huge if they can find a way to stay on for just a tiny bit longer. Actually, okay, they do. I was wondering if they weren't going to do it. Caden getting a nice trade there. You know, it seems like Caden never really gets the kill until the Spectator cam shifts over to him. But every kill he gets is so key and so huge. That one there, doing a little bit enough just to get his team past that first checkpoint, which can be a very difficult one to clear, even though the second one is extremely difficult as well. But 3 players going down. We see the Heroes now getting an opportunity to get their first push and their first attempt at clearing this this first checkpoint as we see one last player jumping out. Oh, a bomb! Once again, Nolan coming up huge, and actually Nolan is in perfect position on that grate. That's going to keep them off of this, well, it's not going to keep them off the tower, but it's going to keep them from clearing that checkpoint. What a defensive play there by Nolan, who is not showing any fatigue from that draining set we just saw them play in.
Yeah, Nolan, I mean, again, you're seeing that, it kind of makes you wonder. I mean, if you're out of potential energy, then you got to use whatever kinetic energy you have, and that really is the essence of momentum, isn't it? Nolan with the drop down. One splat ain't enough, Jack. You better make it 3. And they're going to continue this push on the tower, trying to pass this last checkpoint. And just like that, down to all the way to 90, and trying to make quick work of the Mictlan Heroes. They're not going to get off the tower. Wow. They're going to get the knockout blow. And as Mictlan Heroes trying to swarm the tower, we see that pick just on the ledge. And yeah, not enough room in the world if you're Mictlan Heroes. You get those 2 splats on the tower, but it's not enough. The knockout blow already administered. You better believe Nolan showed up for that one. 11 splats on the round. Mictlan Heroes, they're going to have to fight back here.
Nolan, have yourself a game, young man. My goodness, what was that? 5 kills when we shifted over to such a... Man, what an impressive performance there. Not obviously by Nolan, but the entire Fruit Punchers team. When you get swept by a team in winners bracket, and then you come into losers in a rematch, and you come out game 1 and just punch them directly into the face, that is such a good feeling for the Fruit Punchers. But for the Mictlan Heroes, like we kind of talked about, they did have to wait a little bit for this match to come in. You don't know, did they do League? Is League really the best way to kind of keep yourself mentally ready for this this upcoming set? You don't really know what they're kind of dealing with mentally on their side. But now, this is a best of 3, I am assuming. Yes, it is another best of 3. So here we go, Mictlan Heroes. There's no time to wake up. It's now or never at this point as we head into splat zones at Skipper Pavilion.
Yeah, and this is one of those maps where it's going to be so key to get down to that thing as soon as possible. Now, for some people, this is one of those maps where, yeah, you definitely do have a route that's considered to be the quickest, but there's also one where, you know, you can just kind of sneak down that middle ramp, that little runway, as I like to call it, and you know, like a fashion runway. That's just kind of how I visualize it. Caden on the nozzle nose, interesting choice here. So perhaps just trying to stall out Mictlan Heroes here as we take a look at the compositions. Brella being deployed by Laowo, and I'm kind of liking it. I'm thinking that Mictlan Heroes definitely trying to do the same thing, but maybe through a different way, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, they do have a double bomb rush with the Brella and the Neo Splash, as we see, well, but the bomb rush doesn't really matter when 3 of your teammates immediately die. Caden on the L3 makes a lot of sense, though. You're going to see Caden pop a lot of ink jets if this game doesn't get a KO. I think there's someone behind Lex. No, there isn't, as we open the whole map there. But Lex is going to have to find a way to get... using the flat bomb as well, so we'll see if they can use their suction bombs. But they're having a difficult time getting in there as my stream kind of stalls up a little bit here.
Yeah, no, they does. Lowo does get the splat onto Caden, and if I am mispronouncing that, I do apologize. Please correct me if I am wrong, and also on my Spanish, I implore you. But the it's going to be 20 points on the board for Mictlan Heroes, who are able to recap the point, but not before 75 points get on the board for the Fruit Punchers, who again, a 2-0 lead would be huge here, especially when you're talking about Mictlan Heroes. That's kind of where you start getting into their heads and maybe start getting them to think maybe you're seated here for a reason. You might just be outmatched.
Yeah, and Zone immediately goes back. That was a nice push there by the Heroes. A nice little sign of life from them, honestly, something we didn't really see in the previous game there. So if you're Heroes, you kind of look at that push and say, okay, we're good. We just need to calm down. We still got 3 minutes here. We already did a lot to getting back the lead. We just took down Caden with his L3. And bomb rushes are coming out now, so they'll be able to cap zone. The question is going to be, are they going to be able to hold zone long enough to get rid of all those penalty points? And if they do that, well, as soon as I say that, Nolan has something to say with their Booyah Bomb getting a couple of picks in zone, immediately going back.
If you ever think Nolan is finished, Nolan always gets the last word. Don't ever, don't ever make the mistake of thinking otherwise. That's going to be 2 down on the side of Mictlan Heroes as Caden is going to try to zone out the other 2 remaining. That was the Enzap and the Brella at that juncture. Kokodeska trying to do some damage with that Bamboozler as they are one to do. That triple MPU Bamboozler, you better believe they've been ready to do some damage with that thing for quite a long time as, again, this is Fruit Punchers trying to get the knockout blow here, and they are able to stall out the zone just a little bit, but not long enough. They'll count down and get 93 points on the board. But again, the Booyah Bomb is going to retake zone. This is the K-Pro trying to stall things out, but it is not enough ink on the ground as, again, Fruit Punchers with another knockout. I did like what I saw from Mictlan Heroes, but simply outgunned in that instance, and by no shortage of work from both Oscar and Nolan, combining for 17 frags on the game.
Yeah, and that was a great play there at the end by Dafter from the Heroes to try to keep the game going a little bit longer. You saw the Booyah Bomb, you saw him get a couple of picks, but ultimately just wasn't enough to get the win there. But it can't be overstated enough. The shift in emotion from these 2 teams when they played in winners to how they find each other here in the losers finals. Once again, Fruit Punchers coming in with a tsunami of momentum versus Mictlan Heroes, who just got the honor of playing BackPink and then waiting for this match to start. Clearly worked into the favor of Fruit Punchers. They look like the team that was more awake and more ready. But once again, this doesn't diminish this fantastic tournament that Mictlan Heroes has put on from start to finish. I would assume they didn't think they would make it as far as they did, and being in an opportunity to make it back into grand finals as close as they were should not be understated. So a very impressive performance from Mictlan Heroes as we bid them adieu for tonight.
Yeah, it was a rough one. I think it's
Adios.
yeah, unfortunately for them, but it was a wonderful performance by them, and makes you wonder, right? Like Mictlan Heroes, if they can capitalize on this, it really is a matter of where they go from here. If they overthink themselves, or if they wind up capitalizing on this and looking at all of these games as a learning experience. Like, you know what? We have some tournament miles under our belts. We took out some really decent teams at the mid-level of Splatoon, and we wound up showing a little bit of life in game number 1 against BackPink. So it kind of makes you wonder where they go from here, and I don't know. I kind of wonder. So yeah, that was a wonderful job from Mictlan Heroes. Certainly hope they come back, and yeah, to all of our listeners in Mexico or wherever you are around the world, el gran final es siguiente es Fruit Punchers en contra BackPink. Gracias for watching. That's exactly where my knowledge ends. I'm sorry about that. But either way, we're going to be right back. Grand Finals is up next. And welcome back to Grand Finals for this 6th edition of Swim or Sink. BackPink have shown to be incredibly dominant throughout the proceedings of this tournament, capping it off in Winners Final with a 3-0 performance against Mictlan Heroes, but now they are going up against Fruit Punchers. They did not get a chance to face off against the 3rd-ranked team in the tournament, so it'll be interesting to see how this one shakes out, but as we count this down, I think Inkfarer is the only one who's not ready. There we go, buddy. That's our producer, Inkfarer, who, you talk about your Warriors, has been putting in a whole bunch of work. But this international affair is about to come to the close as we are getting ready for Grand Finals here at Swimmer Sink 6. And Snapper Canal Clam Blitz is going to be the destination for game number 1. We saw just how good BackPink is on this map. As we take a look at the compositions, they're looking for a repeat performance.
Yes, and once again, ice on the Forge Pro instead of the C-Jet that we're normally used to seeing them use. Often go with bubbles instead of Stingray, but you know this isn't totally a Oh, as we see 2 players going down. Make that 3. Look at this. The Fruit Punchers with the momentum carrying over from the loser's bracket. Making a statement. And Caden is going to get the score here. And another pick. Whoa, Fruit Punchers, calm down. The game just started. What is going on here?
Oh, there's no calm to be found, Popgun. They came out swinging. You know what? You had all that time to plan, but it's like Mike Tyson says, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And now Ice on that shot is looking to do some damage for themselves. They have to deploy the bubbles in defense, trying to drive up the best. They get 2 with the bubbles, and now Ice looking for a 3rd one. Are they going to be successful? No, as the Inkling comes out, but the Slosher, they do get the basket breakage and the lead. Wow, that was Ice putting in a boatload of work, as just like that, BackPink gets it below the halfway mark, and an inkjet snipe there from above. Biscuit just going ham on near the basket. 76, and they're not done yet. Nolan is looking for a splat here, and eventually gets one. They're still not done. This push continues on, and it's just a sea of green coming up to the basket. A knockout blow is applied. I mean,
oh my
that was a lot of action for just 1 minute. I might need a breather. Popgun makes sense of what we just saw.
Well, we saw a very energetic and a very awake Fruit Punchers team coming out and just landed a huge punch immediately on BackPink. But then BackPink stood up, kind of brushed their shoulders off and said, "Hold my Fruit Punch. We got this right quick." And then just come back with an even more aggressive punch to get a KO. Yeah, there's a lot of fireworks immediately. And we're not wasting any time. We're going into game 2 of this grand finals here. You know,
I was going to say like when you're watching a boxing match, and yeah, you come out and you land a decent punch, but then the guy just comes right off of the ropes and uses that momentum and just lands one, boom, right on the jaw. And it really did just kind of feel like that, the way that BackPink was able to push in. And Ice, yeah, not even getting all that, getting that double right by the basket was so huge for allowing all the clams to come in from that lower ground, from the side. That's kind of where BackPink seems to favor on these Clam Blitz maps, especially in Snapper Canal. But that seemed to be where all the offense was coming from them, because as soon as Ice got splatted, you saw a sea of blue on that side, but the clams just kept coming. And even though Nolan, you saw them trying to pop off on the side there, they just could not close up that lower ground. So as we go to tower control on Anchovy Games, going to be interesting to see how Elevation plays into this one again. But I mean, it seems like no matter where they're coming from, there's never a position where BackPink is not extremely dangerous.
Yeah, but at the same time, this isn't really a David versus Goliath matchup. I say that because David had divine intervention and Fruit Punchers do not. But we have seen teams that Caden has been on take games off of players that we've seen on BackPink before. So this isn't totally out of the realm of possibility for Fruit Punchers to take a few games off these guys, if not force a bracket reset at some point. But we're going to need to see more pushes like we saw at the very beginning here. And if you're BackPink, you're going to have to wait and see if there's going to be another heavy punch coming right at the start here. And it looks like things are going to be a little bit more neutral now as we start off tower control. But Ice, once again, on that weapon, we actually know Ice 4, which is that splat charger. But 3 players immediately going down for the side of Fruit Punchers. This is going to make that a delayed wipe, actually, as BackPink starts to clear this first checkpoint.
Yeah, and Ice more than happy to just kind of take out whatever ink as much as they can to get that stingray going, and of course they're going to aim it at that office. As you see Mina now trying to take care of the lower ground. They'll run into a stingray as well, and Nolan is going to come right up right near the tower and try to assert their dominance. And the thing is I feel like the key to victory here for BackPink is really just going to be neutralize Nolan as much as you possibly can and try to mitigate whatever pop-off potential that extremely dangerous K-Pro has.
Well, yeah, but it's not just that. At the same time, you're going to have to keep Caden in check, which they have done a pretty good job of so far in this tournament. But both players have the ability to get 20 KA against any opponent, as clearly as we've seen so far up to this point. But like you said, it's going to come down to, can they keep these players suppressed? Because we know that the players on Fruit Puncher's side can hang with this BackPink team. But it's going to be difficult to do when they keep staggering in like they are at this point, as yet another push is going to be coming out from BackPink.
I mean, what I've been seeing from BackPink thus far is a very impressive ability to find 2v1 situations and maximize the effort that they get out of them. Oscar is going to be chased down to the ends of the earth. I mean, you can't really attack if you're standing on your back foot. You got all that momentum going backwards on the defensive. You're going to be hard pressed to find anything going forward that way, as Biscuit is going to continue the offensive assault, trying to take care of the higher ground. Will deploy the Inkjet to that end. And oh, you're trying to go up the wall. That's cute. Let me introduce you to the Inkjet, and Caden is falling victim to it yet again as this push continues. A nice 69-point lead on the part of BackPink, and they are not done.
Yeah, one of the issues here we're seeing is no specials out of Nolan and no specials out of Caden just yet. So specials are being heavily used into the favor and used extremely well, as we're seeing Biscuit's Inkjets doing absolute damage every single time that it gets popped off here. But specials are going to need to come out and be used very efficiently for Fruit Punchers. But man, it's so hard for them to do that, because every time they get close to having their special ready, somebody like Ice shoots them directly in the back and sends them back to the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Ice being such a good veteran presence. They've been around for quite some time, been so good for so many teams. They have some tournament miles on the official Nintendo tournaments. Certainly a bunch of these lands dating back really to the first game, especially with the team that they are perhaps most known playing for. And now as Mina is going to be trying to take care, of that higher ground, perhaps the one that's leaning more towards the opposition side. Numbers on the field finally for Coco Deska and company as they're trying to establish themselves as the dominant backliner in this one. But it's so hard being a backliner when the person that you're essentially dittoing is Ice.
Yes, absolutely, and it's extremely hard when you're the only person that's getting off specials. Again, we see the Charger player for Fruit Punchers currently being close to top fragging for their team, but that's mainly because they've been on their heels so much and have to fire off so many Stingrays just to prevent a KO from happening. But we're not getting any Booyah Bombs, we're not getting any Inkjets, just a couple of missiles. Yeah, Fruit Punchers are just having a really difficult time getting any kind of footing here and surviving long enough to get some sort of sustainable push going here. And it looks like we do have the first opportunity for Fruit Punchers to get some points on the board, and it's going to come, Stu, with 15 seconds left on the clock. Actually, if they even get any points off this at all, as we see some more missiles coming out.
Yeah, and they're all going up to the high ground. Oscar is going to not find anything there, just trying to scramble the positions, just doing whatever you possibly can, and you're trying your best to do anything on this lower ground, but the only person on the tower right now is Caden, and they are going to be made they're going to be made to exit the tower the painful way, really, as Chan is going to kind of take a ride next to the tower as the tower resets back to the center at the end of this one. 73-8 is the final score of this one, and it felt like a 73-8 game, to be quite honest.
You know, it looks like BackPink is less interested in winning this tournament and more interested in making a statement that they are some of the best players that North America has to offer. They're seeing what Nolan and Caden have been doing, and Oscar. Actually, this entire Fruit Punch team has been doing on stream up to this point, and say, hold on, we understand these guys are good and that they should be getting some recognition, but at the end of the day, we're still the top dogs, and we're not giving up that title to anybody. And they have an opportunity to get this sweep and end this tournament, I believe, with only one loss on their record for this entire tournament, coming to Arctic Moon. Yeah, Arctic Moon's been the only team to take one game, make that one game off of BackPink now. So they're just one win away from a nearly perfect tournament.
I mean, BackPink, this is how you keep yourself fresh. You got to keep going against quality opposition, and even though they have not had the knockout scored on them in that tower control game, now you got to take it. Now you got to take out some aggression on Splat Zones and Mako Mart. And it's not like they're incapable of doing it, but they look confident enough. They're all ready to go. We are just waiting on Biscuit and indeed that slosher that we have come to know so very well in Chan, whatever you want to call them. You know them by a few names, I'm sure, but either way, this is a fearsome opponent that we are seeing in BackPink, and if Fruit Punchers want to take this to another set, they're going to have to take 3 straight games off the defending champs. Taking a look at the compositions for this game number 3, and yeah, this could spell trouble for any opponent, no matter the quality. But Fruit Punchers, I mean, you're going up against the best that BackPink has to offer, including the mini Splatling of Biscuit. Kaden and Oscar go down quickly. Mina on the junior, taking no prisoners as they retake the zone, as they take the zone initially.
Did you see Ice just stepping up, tap-shotting people to death left and right, just getting up in their face saying, nah, I know I'm an anchor, but I'm just going to make my presence known up here. I want to get some kills too. And Biscuit getting a nice kill. The zone going control. This is... But 2 players do go down for BackPink. But it seems like whenever one player goes down, somebody else steps up, whether it be Ice or Biscuit. There's just too much firepower on the side of BackPink here. As the zone does kind of teeter back and forth, it does eventually go to the favor of the Fruit Punchers. But what an aggressive opening first minute that we should expect to see from BackPink up to this point.
I mean, this is just quality efficiency that we're seeing here. Not even just getting the numbers advantage and taking out your opposition on the sides. That's Biscuit again, helping from above, getting the assist with that mini splat lane. And Ice is going to lose the 1v1 with the Charger. Kokodeska getting the better of Ice there. And they are going to try to cut in on this lead, but they are still at a numbers disadvantage as the penalty has expired for BackPink, and they're going to continue making progress on this zone. They need to find a pick. They need to find something, as Nolan just isn't able to get in and get those shots.
Yes, and the clock is looking like it's about to strike midnight for us and for the Fruit Punchers here, as we see Kaden actually not really to give up just now, getting a nice double there with the K shot, with Biscuit being the last player alive. So and we're seeing more specials getting popped this time around from Fruit Punchers as well, and that's really kind of helping out at this point. But they're going to need to keep these picks coming if they want to find a way to get a lead here.
And they sell 2 on the higher ground. Ice and Chan are being made to re-scramble as Biscuit is going to come in support against Kaden. We'll have to see who wins that 1v1 at the top of the screen. Meanwhile, Nolan is going to be in the middle of the map and trying to support their backliner. They're going to be made to scatter as they do accrue 65 points on the objective, and they're going to continue as we saw Biscuit go down. They could retake the lead here. However, the missiles and the bomb rush eventually coming in, and the push is being ground to a halt, 80 to 74, as Fruit Punchers showing a little bit of life here, Popgun.
Yes, and with 2 minutes left to go, all they need to do is find a way to get another good push going here. But once again, they're going to have to find a way to get a lot of picks, and they don't have to rely on Nolan. You see Oscar, you see the team pretty much even with picks across the board there. So they don't need Nolan to pop off specifically. If they just play their team game, they'll be just fine. And obviously it helps when Nolan gets a nice double like that. But the other 2 players immediately going down as well for BackPink. So once again, another opportunity here for Fruit Punchers. If they can find a way to get to a few more picks, there's not many penalty points they need to chew through here, Stu.
I mean, Nolan having to go up against some really quality midliners. When you're talking about Biscuit, who we've known for their Nautilus and certainly does the work on the mini splat lane, as we see the retake of the zones kind of being traded back and forth as Biscuit going to try to get this yet again, reclaim the zone, as we see Fruit Punchers are completely wiped out. Taking a little bit of time to retake the zone, however. They are able to count down on their penalty as Biscuit takes out Oscar as well. You got to think this is sort of a proving grounds kind of thing for Nolan, who is, again, a very good K-Pro. But, you know, you're going up against Biscuit. You're going up against Oscar. I mean, excuse me, you're here trying to fight with Oscar. You're going against Mina. You're going against, like, the entire world. Some of the best that North America has to offer. I mean, you are being made to bring quality, and they take out Ice there, and Biscuit as well! Nolan perhaps stepping up to the challenge, and they are trying to ink this zone as much as possible to maintain it. The Booyah Bomb is going to come in. They aren't able to get the zone, or retake the zone before a penalty sets in, but they do take out Mina as we are getting into overtime here. Getting a little tense, and Chan goes down! This is going to be it for them if they are able to not do it. And just in time, they are given a fight at the very end, but it is going to be BackPink taking it 3-0. And try as they might, Nolan, Oscar, Caden, and Coco Deska, they are going down. What a performance. Leading the field in splats was Nolan with 15, trying to do everything they possibly could to keep the zone. But again, you're talking about one of the best teams in North America. BackPink crown them yet again swim or sink champions.
You know, the newspaper headline is going to say that BackPink won and that they won this tournament in dominant fashion, which they did. Again, only dropping one game the whole tournament to Arctic Moon. But good golly, Miss Molly, can we get an exorcist on Nolan? That kid is possessed. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What we saw out of the Fruit Punchers these last 3 games? This is a coming out party for them. Not just Nolan, who played insane right there, but obviously Oscar, Caden, and Coco. What a performance by this team. And it seems so weird that I'm being hyped about a team that just got swept 3-0 in this tournament grand finals. But my goodness, that was insane. That was an insane performance in a loss by Fruit Punchers.
No, fully agreed. And it was a great effort all around from them, but yeah, I think they got a taste of what world-class quality is supposed to look like. And I think at some point they are going to start taking games off of BackPink. And I think Nolan now has an idea of what it takes to be truly world-class, and definitely showed the willingness and the ability to do so. But it's also a matter of they got started just a little bit too late. You know what I mean? Like, those first 2 games, like, maybe they were, like, not wipeouts, but you kind of got washed. And if you're Fruit Punchers, you kind of have to reconcile that. And it's everything else being nullified, and BackPink doing so well with their shot calling. Everyone doing their part in terms of pulling weight on the frag count. And it's really you're keeping numbers on the map. You're kind of just bleeding your opponents dry, and with that consistent sort of play, able to just kind of wring the will of your opponents out of them. It's quality stuff from BackPink, who, again, they're constructed and expected to win, but they're doing a heck of a job of doing it. Fruit Punchers will be sent back to the drawing board, and Mictlan Heroes, shout-outs to them for a wonderful third-place finish. Definitely punching above their weight in the later rounds of the tournament, but some of those punches connected there.
Absolutely. And once again, we can't... I feel like I haven't given any credit to BackPink for how well they actually played. Once again, another $100 prize going to BackPink. Now, the good news here is that I believe some of the players on BackPink or from FT Win are entering into college this semester. So all this money that they're trying to get from SOS here up to this point, eventually they're going to have enough to where they can put a down payment of one of their textbooks next semester, which is really awesome to think that we're funding education here at IPL Labs, as we should be. But man, while it was great to see Fruit Punchers, hopefully next tournament we can see some of our more teams that can come up to challenge BackPink or FT Win or whoever they are to come out for this one. We didn't see Sayonara this time. Starburst, Supernova, Solar Flare, whatever space-themed teams we have now. I can't keep track, and they're all start with S's. But, BackPink did what they were supposed to do and come out here and flat-out dominate. And they did exactly that.
Definitely some nebulous quality Splatoon, what we saw here. And we see here every week, if we're being completely honest. So shout-outs to the entire IPL staff for their performance and their willingness to deal with the problems that come up with these sorts of brackets, and with minimal impact on the production, I have to say. So, yeah, shout-outs to them, and shout-outs to all of you for coming through and helping to build Swimmer Sync into something that's truly special for the community. Special thanks to our producer, Inkfarer. Follow them on Twitter, please. Definitely. And shout-outs to, happy birthday to Sky. That's awesome. One of our head TOs is an absolute gem of a human being. So, yeah, happy birthday, Sky. Hope you have a good one. And once again, shout outs to Popgun. Where can they follow you on Twitter, my guy?
You can follow me at Mr_Popgun. It is Mr. because I am married, and there is another Popgun. She is my wife. No, not my fake Twitter bio wife, like my actual live at home. She is asleep right now. I should probably be talking quieter, wife. Hey, before we get to you, I need to yell at people real quick. If you are a lower level team, and you are listening to this right now, sign up for Low Ink, you morons. Don't wait till the last second to do that. Sign up now so that we can get your teams verified. Low Ink this upcoming weekend, Swiss on Saturday starting at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Double elimination bracket for teams that qualify on Sunday, once again at 1 Eastern Time. And you will get to hear me and Stu commentate the grand finals, which won't be as same kind of skill level, Stu, but you and me both know it is the same kind, if not even more exciting talent and competition that we see out of teams in that tournament. But that's all I really wanted to say right there. So sign up, idiots.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still going to be fun, and what we've seen from the lower level teams is always nothing short of compelling, so definitely do that. Low Ink, go this weekend, so definitely be sure to be a part of that. My name is Stu the Announcer. You can follow me on Twitter and Twitch. I'm going to be streaming over the weekend at Stu the Announcer. Once again, final score in grand finals, BackPink taking it from Fruit Punchers by a score of 3-0. The emergence of some interesting challengers here in the North American region, but the solidification of a top-tier world-class side in BackPink. So that's going to do it from us. For Inkfarer, Popgun, the entire IPL staff, I'm Stu the Announcer saying good night, and until we meet again, happy splatting.